seen in the deprivation of medical care. And so compared to 2014, 2015, so comparing 2014, 2015 to 2024, 2025, the proportion who said they went without medical care at least once has increased by 14 percentage points. Now remember, I said that we use the answers on the deprivation of these necessities to compute what we call the lived poverty index. And so here we're showing those experiencing moderate or high lived poverty. That means that they went without some or all of the basic necessities that we've listed. And on average, we have 6 in 10 Africans having experienced either moderate or high lived poverty. And the experience with poverty is highest in countries like Chad, Gabon, Madagascar, Nigeria. But in countries like Seychelles, Mauritius, and Morocco, the experience with poverty is much, much lower, just about 1 in 10. Now, also, we track the lived poverty, moderate, high lived poverty over time in the 28 countries that we tracked over the past decade, and we've seen that there's been a consistent increase over the past decade. We're also going to look quickly at the citizens' views on economic conditions. Now, one of the questions we ask them is whether they think their country is heading in the right direction or the wrong direction. And on average, we have just about 4 in 10 citizens being optimistic about the direction of their country. The optimism is highest in countries like Gabon, Mali, and Morocco, whereas in Nigeria, Congo, Brazzaville, and Comoros, and Ghana, just about 1 in 10 are saying that their countries are heading in the right direction. We also asked about their views on the country's economic conditions, and on average, just about 3 in 10 citizens are saying the economic conditions are either fairly good or very good. So Gabon and Cote d'Ivoire are the only countries where this is a majority view. For all the other countries, it's a minority view. And in countries like Nigeria and Eswatini, just about 1 in 10 are saying that the economic conditions are good. We also asked about their personal living conditions, and again, just about 3 in 10 are saying that the personal living conditions are good. Again, Senegal is the only country where a slight majority think the personal living conditions are good. For most of the other countries, it's either just half or a minority. And again, we see Nigeria at the bottom when it comes to views on their personal living conditions. We're also going to talk about water and sanitation. I think most of the time when we are thinking about water and sanitation, it's usually overlooked. But our data shows that across Africa, there are millions of citizens who still lack access to basic sanitation facilities. Water and toilets. And, many more experience frequent disruptions in access to safe water. But this is quite concerning because if you have to leave your house, for instance, in the night, to be able to access a toilet or to be able to get water, that is putting a lot of people at risk, especially women and young people at risk. And so we're also going to look at some of the data on access to water and toilet facilities, and we are looking at the main source of household water. Just about half of Africans say that their main source of water is piped water. And if you look at this from the rural-urban lens, you see that the urban residents are about twice as likely as the rural residents to cite pipe water as their main source of water. It's followed by tap water or borehole, and here there's a reverse. Rural residents are twice as likely as urban residents to cite boreholes as their source of water, and then followed by dug wells, unprotected dug wells, surface water, and you see that all these other sources of water are, quite popular in the rural areas. Now here we are talking about the main source of water for the households, and only 4 in 10 residents have their main source of water either inside their home, only 1 in 4, so just about a quarter, have their main source of water inside their homes. A similar proportion say the main source of water is in their house, but it's in the compound. And we have about half saying that they have to go out of their compound to get water. If you look at the country breakdowns, water inside the home is a norm in 5 countries. So we have Mauritius, Morocco, Tunisia, Seychelles, Cabo Verde, but it's almost non-existent in countries like Sierra Leone and Madagascar. Also, when we look at the location of the toilets or latrines, just about 1/3 have that in their homes. And in 5 countries we have at least 9 out of 10, which is good. So Seychelles, Mauritius, Morocco, again Tunisia and Cabo Verde. But in 18 countries we have fewer than 1/4 of citizens saying that they have their toilet facilities in their homes. So finally, Felix had mentioned that we wanted to share with you the economic and social conditions scorecards that we've created primarily for the business community. And this gives us, an at-a-glance view of each country's experiential and behavioral and socioeconomic indicators. And because we're in Kenya, we're showing you Kenya's snapshot. And so, for instance, here you see the top 10 policy priorities, the most important problems that Kenyans want their government to resolve. So the first is health, followed by the rising cost of living, followed by unemployment, education, and then corruption. We also look at the employment status. So here we have just about a quarter of Kenyans who say they are either employed full-time, and then we have 15% saying they are employed part-time, but we have about 6 in 10 who say they are not employed. So there's like 1/3 of citizens saying they are not employed and they are actively looking for jobs, while just about a quarter are saying that they are not employed but they are not looking for jobs. We also asked about the basic necessities. So this shows the proportion of citizens who say they went without these basic necessities many times or always in the previous year. So we have food, which is 16%, clean water 24%, medical care 27%, cooking fuel 15%, and then cash income is the highest, which is 43%. Over here, we're also showing some of the, the access issues that we talked about. So access to pipe water, 40%. Access to toilets in the house or compound, that is 52%. And we have 64% saying that they have access to electric grids. And then we also have some of the assets ownership indicators. Bank account ownership is about half, but then we have about 9 in 10 saying that they own mobile money accounts. And then ownership of mobile phones and, usage of mobile phones every day, and also, usage of internet every day. So this is this is the first time we're showing this publicly, and this is the snapshot of each country's economic and social conditions. We'll be producing this for at least 38 countries, the 38 countries that we surveyed in our previous rounds, and we invite you to visit our website for more of such data. So if you visit our website, go to www.afrobarometer.org. You can actually do your own analysis. We have a user-friendly online data analysis tool that helps you do your analysis on the various themes that we have available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josephine. I guess everybody now understands what I meant by a taste of data. We'll be engaging with that later. Now I want to invite my panelists to come on the podium so that we engage on this matter straight away, and then we'll open it a bit again to the plenary. So let me have all of you up. Felix can sit on any order. We have another microphone, if possible. If you don't, it's okay. Okay, so we are going to introduce ourselves, and I'll call upon each of the panelists just to introduce themselves. Then after that, we'll start the discussion. So I'll begin with Dr. Eve. I'll just pass it down.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Gives us hearty. We need more life in the room. So my name is Dr. Eve. Our organization is called Women in Business, and we are partners with AMEC. Glad to be here.
You're next. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Paweł Zarzecki. I'm from Poland. I'm a representative of my company BART, and we are producing vitamins and minerals in some specific liposomal form. I will get into details right after. And I'm here to find potential partners and to see how I can influence the production of supplements and medicaments right here in Africa, and of course in Kenya.
Well, Felix Viga, Chief Operating Officer for Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer, as you've heard, we produce a lot of data, and we're looking forward to engaging with all of you, either on one-on-one at the business level, at the country level. We have experts that can engage you, so reach out by all means. Let's take your contacts and connect going forward.
Thank you very much, Felix. I want to begin by just asking our two colleagues from industry. Oh, sorry. Is this working? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I want our two other colleagues who are not Felix, who actually is the data owner or producer, whichever the language, to at least give us a take-home what you've just gotten from what the presentation of the data has been. Just both of you, just give her first. If then you can also observe what was your take-home. Do you see any synergy in what's being shared? What has just been shared now? Then we'll discuss.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of synergy in all the data that has been shared, and I think my take home was I was very keen on what is happening in Kenya. I've seen that we are leading in the mobile money, and that is very practical because I mean we almost transact on, we call it M-Pesa. Every business in the room I think has an M-Pesa pay bill or till number, so that's very accurate. I've also seen the key areas that are pain points, let me call them that for Kenyans, which include health, education, housing, and corruption. So those are areas I think you've even seen Kenyans sometimes out on the streets trying to say we need action taken here. So very accurate on that.
So me personally, I have the same approach because I see a lot of synergy regarding the researches that I have made on my own. What interests me the most is that the biggest problem announced by the people is health and health problems, and then unemployment. Of course, I got to know also new things from your data, and yes, it was definitely very useful, and I'm very happy to see that your researches.
Thank you very much. I think this one has a bit of problem. So let me just get now to Felix. Felix, Afrobarometer's vision is a world which Africa's development is anchored in realities and aspirations of its people. What change is required to make citizen perspectives equally make sense across the board, especially to industry?
Thank you very much, Prof. And because I'm speaking to business leaders, I would want to also focus a bit more on some of the key inputs that you use in either planning, market intelligence, and strategic foresight. And that's where we want to pivot. So you would see that over the course of the next 1 year, Afrobarometer is making deliberate efforts at talking to the business community, business leaders, and making the data available, eliciting from you what you need from us to be able to enrich your decisions and then assess your market. But basically what we do is to talk to people. Your businesses, your solutions, your products are geared to people. And so we are asking people what they want. And you are supplying what they want, what they need. So our data provides strategic intelligence for businesses. And we want to emphasize this so that businesses will go to our website or engage us. It is possible that the way we have packaged our products is not addressing your need. What we are here to do today is to provide the avenue and engage you so we can package the products for you. Our products provide foresight. If you look at the longitudinal data, you find that sometimes they serve to predict what can happen. In a number of the countries where coups have happened, our data showed clearly that people were dissatisfied with the government. They had increasing trust in the military, and the military in those countries then took advantage of that and seized power. So basically, we are pivoting to businesses, and we want businesses to pivot to us as well.
Thank you. With those good words, let's just assume that a business had landed in Africa, a chief executive officer, and they want to get into industry. And what top citizen priority indicators would you advise them to pick, and why?
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. But I think if you look at the economic indicator scorecard, what we are trying to, at least from our understanding, what we are trying to gear at is to see what businesses might need. All right. So do citizens have access to water if you are in water provision? If you are in mobile services, what is the gap? So this gives you insight into what the market potential is, and also what the perceptions of people are in terms of what they want businesses to address. And we hope that by focusing on these insights, you will then be able to either size up the opportunity, be able to determine what the risk is, particularly maybe political risk, because we have a lot of data on political risk as well, or climate, where we also have a lot of data on how citizens perceive climate, their resilience. So we think that if you're coming into Africa, you need data. Otherwise, you may be riding blindly. Our data will give you insights as to what is happening, and our data, if you look at it longitudinally, will also provide foresight. Thank you.
Thank you. If taking into consideration your observations of your take-home, to what extent do current businesses strategies in Africa reflect realities of citizens? And where do you see the biggest disconnect, if at all?
Thank you for that question. It's a very good question. I'll answer it from the point where I work with women in business, and we've seen the impact of the problems we've discussed in entrepreneurs and even business people just scaling or starting their businesses. This goes down to access to capital. I mean, if you're given that what do I say? Sorry, I lost my thought process. So at Women in Business, we work with entrepreneurs and we work with women that already have businesses that are already in the market. And the challenges that we see mostly is capital, access to capital, and mentorship for the ones that are starting their businesses. So I would ask for the people in the room and the other business people, if you are in a position to mentor an upcoming business person, please do that, because that's a really big gap. Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of data, taking into consideration the presentation and what you do in your own organization, would be useful in your work? Is it everything that was presented, or is there a special type of data that you think would be relevant in your industry?
I think given that Felix has mentioned that you're shifting the focus to the businesses, and working with women, most of what you can look at is from the ground up. When these entrepreneurs have finished their courses or whatever they've studied, is there access to markets? Do they have capital to start their businesses? Is that capital available? And if it's available, what is needed? For example, what I've seen most people doing nowadays is being a bit flexible for the youth, especially, and women, and allowing mobile money loans, if I can call them that, because we realize that many women and youth do not have maybe what we call collateral to be able to access capital for starting of businesses. So that is some of the things you can probably look at.
Thank you. I now go back to Powell again. How do citizen perceptions of economic conditions such as asset ownership, job availability, cost of living, and inequality translate into real business risks and opportunities now that you're a businessman?
Thank you for that question. So maybe I will start from the fact that I'm from Poland. You saw it. So it seems that this is far away from right here. But as people say in my country, this is just 12 hours of flight. So in theory, this is very far away. And in practice, we are close together. And this is how I would like to see that. Answering to the question, for me, what is important is that to get to the business with African partners, firstly, we need data. So I will point it out as first, because we were speaking about data, so it comes to the mind as first point. So we need the data, and then we need connections, we need cooperation with someone, and then we can dig into details in each country to know the speciality of each country. And regarding the biggest issues, or the biggest, maybe I would say, challenges that I saw in your presentation, so health and unemployment, and also social condition, so this is also quite specific perspective that I have, because I'm businessman, so I'm here to make business, like in theory, but in practice, it's not that simple as I'm here to sell my product and that's it, because it affects a lot more domains than that. So it means that firstly, my products are vitamins, so it needs to affect the quality of living for people. So I mean that we need to take a challenge with health that was indicated in the beginning. So this is our goal right here. Then, when we are speaking about health, we want to deliver raw materials. So I mean, I don't want to deliver full product, and you, right here in Kenya, but also in other countries in Africa, you will buy the product like made in Poland. I want the product made in Kenya or made in each other country in Africa, based on my raw materials, but it needs to be your production. I mean, yours, Kenyan production, for example, as we are here in Nairobi. So I see it also like a potential creation of some new places of work. So this is my answer for unemployment. And social condition, my perspective is that supplements and health, this is very important for the quality of living. So if we have better quality of living with good food, we know well that in the world the food is still like worse and worse. So that's why we need something to reinforce our health. And if people are healthier, I would say, so then they can avoid some problems that sometimes pushes them to unemployment, to some health conditions, some health problems, sickness problems. So this is how I see it. So in general, like health, unemployment, and also some social problems relative to my business that I would like to do here with my partners.
Yeah, do you think the private sector has a role beyond the social corporate responsibility, especially in addressing some of the challenges that were highlighted on facing Africa? Any contribution to that?
I know that it depends on each country, because I have an experience of working with many countries in Africa. Many, I mean at least 10 countries, so it's not many for you, but for me it's quite a lot. I can give you an example as Algeria. So in Algeria, when I have private producers, everything is related to the governmental politic. So this is like the government has a lot of influence on the people living. In other countries, when there are much more of private players, like I believe in Kenya, I know that the role of private sector is very important, because as Mr. Peters said in the beginning of Conclave, he said that this is not like Africa is the future. Africa is right now, and it's in development. It's already somehow quite well developed, depending on the region, and it will be still more and more developed. When I saw the number of import made from Poland to Africa, it was just 1%, so it's almost nothing. I'm here to change it, and also I'm looking for private sector, because I know that private sector, it's responsible for products for people, for products that are affordable for people, because this is really important. We can put no matter what product right here, but we need to be sure that people are able to buy it and are able to use it with a positive effect. And private sector for me, it's also like when he's successful, when he can help people with his products, he will be growing and he will create new workplaces. So, and of course, I know from Europe that unemployment rate is something very important. So I know that if it's getting smaller, so the quality of people, the quality of living for people is also getting higher, and it resolves somehow the main problems that I saw in your data.
Thank you very much. I get back to what Josephine had raised with the audience earlier. I think she did ask about how many know about Afrobarometer, but it looked like I didn't see well. I get back there again. How many before we convened today had heard, not know, heard about Afrobarometer or the word Afrobarometer related to data? Is flat no. So we've been saying that Afrobarometer data is underutilized. Apart from academics and policy, is underutilized. So we see that the sector that is very relevant, which is actually the private sector, the investors, are not using it enough as they should. And as I was saying earlier about, I know you use data. So now what we want to really hear about from the audience, and also we begin with ourselves, to just reflection from Eve and from Powell about why, what can we do? Why is it underutilized? Is it lack of knowing that it exists, or is it that the data is actually not relevant, or rather not directly relevant to what we do as the private sector? So you can give your observations, then I'm going to throw it back to the audience with that question and with also any other issue you'd want to raise about Afrobarometer. Thank you. But let's begin with Eve.
Okay, thank you for that question. Let me begin by saying that definitely it's very important. We can't say it's because the data is not important. I think my answer will be we need to align as stakeholders in the private sector and private-public partnerships. So we need to align. We need to know where the opportunities are. We need to know who has something that we can use. And I think that's why opportunities like what we have today, networking is very important, because we get to know the gaps that exist and how we can leverage on each other's strengths to grow.
Thank you. Give it to Paul.
I fully agree with you, with Eve, regarding the approach. I can add from myself that, yes, in fact, sometimes we are seeking for new opportunities, because as private sector, we are doing our things, our product, we are like stable in our domain, and sometimes it lacks of some experience, maybe some exchanges with other partners, and we are losing some opportunities that are very close to us. So I agree perfectly with you that this is a very good occasion to share our experience, share our knowledge one to each other, and discover new opportunities who will help all of us to be more, to have more potential on the market, but also to be more efficient in our daily work and in influencing the living of people, because as private sector we are still working with final customer, with people, and customer maybe is not a good word. I would say at the end that we are working with our partners.
Thank you very much. So just the way I've done with my audience here, your question is also very specific, the audience, but you can also engage with other issues, including the discussions that we've had. Would the private sector be willing to co-invest in data system like Afrobarometer? That's a question. Would the private sector be willing to co-invest in data system like Afrobarometer? And under what conditions would such partnerships be visible and attractive? That is a general question for anybody who wants to engage with it as an audience, but now is also time for you to give us feedback and also to engage the panelists here. Okay, the mic is there, already roving. Where are the hands which are up? Okay. First one, second hand. The first one is going there. Let's have them so that we get the numbers ready. Or people are still reflecting, or we've not made an impact. Go ahead. The second hand? That's the first one. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Kelvin Nyangweso. I work for the Association of Kenya Community Media Operators, but also I run a community radio station. So data is king, but it's king when it is contextualized to the language that people could relate with. So in this case, is maybe your data is that complex that can be related to the common mwananchi, as we said in Kenya, or common person? So maybe you can elaborate further on that. But I think it's critical for every business is driven by data. So anyone could invest in data. Thank you.
Let's have more. The next one over there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Caroline Gitegi. I work for the Kenya Revenue Authority. But also with regard to KRA, I do civic education and tax outreach. But I'm also a part-time lecturer at our school, Kenya School of Revenue Administration. So with regard to Afrobarometer, I'm quite well updated about the data. Why? Because I'm a researcher and I've been doing lots of research on governance and anti-corruption. And we've been collaborating with Transparency International with regard to the CPI. That CPI is corruption perception surveys that are normally conducted for Kenya and also for other countries. So with regard to the Afrobarometer data, I feel that we need to have a central repository and lots of awareness about the data, because data is everything and data informs decision making. So I want to appreciate the team who are fronting for the Afrobarometer. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
have a third?
Good morning. I'm a student at Technical University of Kenya, currently pursuing automotive engineering, but I'm also interested in business. Okay, so I'd like to pass a question on regards to Afrobarometer. What kind of precautions do you guys have in terms of data breaching? Because we find there is high alert on matters of cyber insecurity, especially in Kenya. If you look at the occurrences that happened last year, a citizen was actually hacked, and 90% of its data, it was leaked into the public. So what is the way forward in such kind of scenarios in case it happens here?
Thank you. I'll have one more over there, far end over here. Then we can respond to that, then take another lot of questions. Oh, there is one. Then you can get back to me.
Thank you. My name is Gloria Wande. I work for Shining Path Empowerment, formerly with AMREF Health Africa. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very informative. I'm surprised that this is the first time I'm encountering Afrobarometer, and the information is quite rich. I'm wondering, how do you disseminate this, particularly the scorecard that you're now sharing? The presenter did mention that this is the first time that is being shared, the scorecard, and yet it's very informative for decision making. Thank you.
Gentleman here, so that
Good morning. My name is Moses Mutua. I work for Safaricom. I want to confirm that upon reflection, I have actually realized that I've seen this data in the past, but I didn't know it is actually Afrobarometer. So moving on to the next question, how can we make it, relevant, or how can we make many people become aware of this Afrobarometer? I think we need more collaboration. I can actually attest that this one is a very relevant data that most of the industry players can use, and it is going to be very informative and guide their strategy formulation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think a lot of this will be me and Felix. So Felix, can you have a go at it?
Prof, thank you so much.
I'll allow you also to say anything if you wish, but it's largely me and Felix.
Prof, this morning, true to what Peter said, I asked ChatGPT, what do business leaders want from Afrobarometer? And one of the first things they said, recommended, was have these conferences and meet them. And then I also asked, if we don't have this data for them, what happens? And they said, well, they operate in the dark. In fact, it said that data is salt for strategy. That's what ChatGPT told me, that data is salt for strategy. And the broader your data that goes into the strategy, the more holistic the data is. And I've been listening to the comments from up here, but also some of the questions that are coming up and the general comment. And I see that Basically, we need to build connections, and presenting at these fora is one of the opportunities that we can use to meet your needs. And then we need to move from there to some specifics. What are the products that we have for the private sector? Over time, we have been addressing the policy community, government, and it is time to now develop products for the private sector. So one of the questions I'll put back to you is, what kind of products are you looking for? We are thinking about specialized reports because you are working in areas that do not necessarily border on the broader policy areas, maybe specific sectors. So we should produce specialized reports for you. We will also be available to do special briefings. So you may not be able to attend the conference, but we will make all our expertise available. And in each country that we work in, we have what we call national investigators. These are experts in their own right. Prof here was a director at the regional institute, but she was also a national investigator, and she's an expert in her field. And if you need to consult with her, we should be able to make Prof available, or any of the experts that are elsewhere in the continent, because you are in a specific market context. Some of you operate regionally, but some of you are in one country. And in the country context, the experts at the country level provide more insights. So we are happy to provide that as a solution. We want to also tap into some of the newsletters that you consult on a regular basis, to provide, the contextual data so that we can reach out to you. Because you read these newsletters, it advises your decisions, and we want to be present in there as well. But we would want to hear more from you. What platforms do you want us to appear on, and what models of cooperation and partnerships make sense to you? I wanted to just on the data security part. So our respondent data is heavily guarded. We don't take any specifics of our respondents. So we don't take your name. We don't disclose your location. So if anybody wanted, even if you had access to the raw data and they wanted to trace back to see, okay, who actually said this, it's difficult for anybody to do that. Our data is public good at this stage, so we'd love for more people to have them. Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much. And I think I like what's coming from Safaricom. And I must say, Balongo, just stand up, maybe 1 minute. That's our data manager for the Eastern African region. The manager, he's the manager, but around him there is a team of communication people. There is a team of a data manager. And we would be very happy to present to you what component you want, which usually means we can give you the questionnaire and you see what is in the questionnaire, and then you pick the area that is of interest to you. Then you can be given whatever data you need. Josephine, go ahead, come ahead and respond.
Thank you. I just wanted to also address your question about how we package the data. Yes, we are very aware that, different stakeholders have different ways of consuming their data. And so one of the things that the communications team is doing is to package the data into various forms. And so you see the findings that I shared is in the PowerPoint for presentations. But if you go to the website, there will be a full publication, sometimes 40 to 50 pages, that the academia, development partners who want to dig in. But for young people, for instance, they are more interested in videos, infographic, cash it in. So even if you look at the back at our booth, we're trying to, just break it down into the simplest forms. And that's why I encourage all of you to visit our social media pages, because the pages act as a funnel. And so we just, give the tidbits of the key findings, and then we add a link to the websites where you can find the full publication. Again, like Felix said, we are now really being intentional about engaging the private sector. So it's not just about identifying the data that we think will interest you, but we're also putting them into various forms for you. And that's one of the questions that Felix was asking. How can we package it into a useful form for you? And it's a conversation we would love to have. I just asked the team to project a QR code. We are creating a special mailing list for the business sector, where we will not be sharing all those other findings, because we have over 100 questions in our questionnaire, so we have so many findings, but we'll be sharing with you what we think will be relevant to your businesses. So we encourage all of you to sign up. We promise we will not bombard you with too much information, just the key relevant stuff in the various forms that we think will be easy to grasp and use for your work.
Yeah, and I think we would also love to hear if there are other models. Now that we have overload of information, there are so many channels that sometimes we are not even targeting the right person. So once we know which is the right channel, because I think we have the information, but as we are being told, where are we disseminating it? And as you hear from Josephine, is all over, including Instagram, which is also targeting a particular community. Infographics, we have translated it. Originally, it was more briefs for policymakers. We moved beyond policy briefs. But now we are saying industry might need very different approach and product. And that's what we would love to hear. So I go for the second round of questions again. If they are over there, behind you, just number one is there. Next, who else? Number two. Who else again wants to make any observation? I have 1, 2, just as we head towards, where is the other? Okay, number 3. Any other before I close it up? We'll see. Okay, let's go with number 1. Just introduce yourself and then go ahead.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Moshiri, a geomatic engineering student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I would like to say thank you to Barometer, and particularly Josephine for the amazing presentation. I think I had a particular image of how Kenya is, and I really thought corruption and some other topics topped the list, but to see health and the increased cost of living is an amazing finding for me today. So as a geomatic engineering student, we are based mostly on remote sensing and survey and doing these researches which will help us to, make the town, make our rural places better. So I think it's a matter of exposure to the educational sector as well, where we can be able to have such conferences and such programs in our universities and in our institutions, where Afrobarometer can be able to come and to say, this is what we do. And as a geomatic engineering student, I think the research provided by Afrobarometer will be really, really vital in helping us to further our research, even as we proceed to further level of studies and as we proceed on with our career line. So we can invest in the educational sector by collaborating with institutions, and I think it will really help Kenya and even other institutions at a global level to become better. Thank you for the opportunity.
To the second question, observation over here. There were 3, 2.
Hello, good morning. Yes, my name is Kihara Buta. and I'm an entrepreneur, and basically a digital entrepreneur. So what you presented is something that resonates with me in very many angles. But I've realized, I was just checking through your website and just trying to analyze it to understand where you're coming from. And this kind of data is usually and more specifically used by business people, policymakers, and people like that. So one of the things I have observed is that your LinkedIn profile has only about 15,000 followers. And as you can see, the room is full of entrepreneurs, so your presence has not yet been felt, and yet you're dealing with something that is through the continent. From my docket, from a digital entrepreneurship kind of a business, I would think one of the things you can do, because I've also heard you mention something about targeting, who does this information really matter? From where I come from, we have a lot to do with directing traffic towards a certain detail. We have tools that we use that we can send whatever traffic you need to whatever product you have. So I think it's a question of targeting right, which we can do through the social medias that we have. When I look at that data, and secondly, what the student on the other side has said, is that everybody looking at that data gets to deduce something that is important to what they are doing. Therefore, I'm looking at it in two ways. There is a macro view where policymakers in the government and all those people would like to use that, but then there's a micro view. Among the other hats I wear, we also do exports of agricultural products. And looking at that data, there's already something that I feel I should relate to that will advise why, for instance, a product from a different country like Morocco would probably hit the market differently. I've looked at it, I'm like, Mauritius seems to be doing good in almost every other angle. So as a business person, I want to think, what are the investment opportunities in that area? What can I go and do? Or what can I go and study and bring to countries like what I've seen with the ones that were doing almost, let's not call it badly, but based on the exposure we've had. So I think if we, or if rather you, could look more into having targeted marketing for that, which is pretty easy when it comes to digital marketing. Well, if you don't have someone for that, I am here for that job. I would be happy to do that. But I feel there is a way we can present this online that will relate to everybody and create an opportunity for everyone, more so to fine-tune the details that one needs. So that, I think, will be very important. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther. I work in technology and in the creative industry. And I think I'll start by commending Afrobarometer. I see your keenness in getting feedback from the private sector and also from your stakeholders. I commend you for that. I'll just make two observations. The data is very important for guiding the private sector as they look towards a Pan-African focus, as they grow their businesses towards a Pan-African focus. That I felt that data is very well representative of what our continent really stands for. Just curious, there's been sentiments around the technology industry that the data that AI is using to train on is not very representative of Africa. So I'm just curious to hear what are your thoughts about that. Thank you.
The last one, somewhere here. Somewhere here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mathoni Mogambi. and my young medical doctor. First of all, I'm glad that we are having this conversation, and I think mine is a comment, particularly on what you mentioned on having specific reports for different categories, because I'll be very interested to know, and I think Powell would also be interested to know, is it the healthcare? If the healthcare is a problem, is it the health-seeking behaviors? Is it the accessibility, the affordability, such information? And probably someone like me who's interested in lifestyle medicine, I would really be curious to know what are the different perspectives or different perspectives that people have on the different health-seeking behaviors. And I know when you talk about supplementation, in Africa, people do supplement a lot, even with traditional regimens. So what is that, and how is what is the landscape looking like data-wise? So I think that will be very beneficial to have those kind of nitty-gritties in the different reports. Thank you.
Yeah, before I can see a hand far end there, you can give a mic, but before we end, if there is anybody who has another strategy, we are hearing what we could do and what we could do better. But if there is anybody with an idea of how we can partner with the private sector, please don't leave with it. We can still give you a chance to share it even after this. But let's hear from the lady at the far end. Thank you. Just introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Claudine Joseph, and I'm the CEO of Resilient Woods Group, and I'm a member of AMEC. What Afrobarometer is doing, I believe that it's very powerful. This is very important on a CEO perspective. I am in the manufacture industry, and I can testify that I see a disalignment. Why I say disalignment? Because in Africa, opportunity is not missing. We have so much opportunities. And listening to the colleagues from business field, we can see that we are ready. We are ready to jump to take those opportunities. But because of this disalignment, because we are talking about 1.4 billion people who need to consume, who need jobs. But at the same time, when we look at some politics, we can say economic politics, and also in terms of policies, because I'm from the manufacturer. For my products, for instance, we need more than 20 licenses before we can go to the market. And we want to create jobs. We want to add value because the opportunities are there. We know. We have the information. And this morning, we show it to us in a brilliant way. But we will appreciate to see, more articles, to influence the politics and the policies, to encourage the government to see the opportunities as we, as investors, we see those opportunities. Because we need more, I can say, investment-ready policies in Africa and mostly in Kenya, because I'm based in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you have some strategy for us. Okay, just go ahead. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Newton. I'm an entrepreneur. So I created a health company. It's not long ago, actually last year. So my co-director is a doctor. Some of the challenges that they were looking at is, if you look at how our policy, especially in the health sector, it's quite broken, where you find that doctors and nurses are the most undervalued, paid in. Politicians are paid more than doctors. So you find that these doctors go 7 years in school, they study a lot, they put in a lot of cost to be able to become professionals. But now we're looking at creating a system where now we could be able to offer services. There's a platform called MyDawa. MyDawa just specializes on selling drugs, but what if we came up with a platform that could help doctors and specialists get consultations online and be able to interact with people, use imagery, AI for data collection, things like that. So these are some of the things that we need to think in the scope. How could doctors, nurses be able to benefit, and how can we bridge the gap to be able now to make our health sector better, and us as human beings, because we need healthcare at every other level to be able to survive. So these are things that we could look at and maybe think about, and just think about synergizing to create.
Thank you. We'll have the last person, because we've run out of time. I'll soon be thrown out of this podium. Just the far end there. Then I'll get back to my panelists very briefly, and Felix also very briefly, and we just close it up. It's at the far end.
Okay, so I have a burning question, or a heartburn, if you'd like to put it that way. Okay, so there's this kind of a strategy that has popped up in my mind. It's on the matter of human rights. Because you find in African countries, there is this system called dictatorship, which most of countries have, and when you look at the citizens who are in that country, they lack rights, whereby, for example, our neighboring country in Uganda, most of the Africans who were opposing Museveni, they wanted to kill them, and Bobi Wine was captured. That is capturing his right. So I'd like to ask Barometer whether you guys have implemented civil societies. In Kenya, we have a good system for KNHCR, whereby they are supporting the youths. When you look at our news, you find most of the youths were killed in the protests, and I never saw you guys taking part of the data, where you didn't even broadcast in your website. That is what I'd like to ask. And the other thing, whether you guys, will you take part in our elections, like in terms of data, instead of going to the Spanish people or the Iraq people, where they take most of the data of Kenyan elections? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me get back to my panelists, but just to respond to the last input, what you've just given. This is why partnerships are good, because we are data, but we work with so many others, including human rights organizations. So sometimes you might see a human right, even the Kenya human rights with their own logos and tags using our data. So that's why we see ourselves with the effort of serving African citizens as one, but using different approaches and methods, because we belong to different industries and sectors. So indeed, what you are saying is very relevant. You may not see Afrobarometer out there in Uganda or in Kenya when there are such issues, but behind the scenes, we can explain a lot. When there are elections, we can explain why a particular outcome. Even when countries end up with crisis, we've even had publications sometimes trying to use our data and trend analysis to explain why this happened. So we inform, but not directly being out there in the streets. But we also engage policymakers. We know when we began Afrobarometer early years, our trend was that when the data first comes, you engage the government, which was becoming very difficult. So we made it easy so that it wasn't mandatory that you first have to ensure that you engage the government to share what's coming out, but they are always among our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are very broad and far-reaching comments and questions. I wanted to address one particular one on the language models and the underrepresentation of Africa. We have been partnering with Google on on language for Africa, because our instruments are translated into more than 100 languages across the continent. We have the folder for that activity, and we've been exploring with Google's technicians as to how that is embedded within their models, so that when you ask for Africa relevant examples, what you get is African, and so that's one byproduct of what we do. I wanted to also talk about some of the questions on healthcare, and to say that we do have detailed information on healthcare. Some of these infographics are just snapshots, and if you do need more details, not just on healthcare but on any other topic, just reach out to us. Josephine and her team are always available to assist you. We will be in the booth right out there behind you. Our teams are there to interact, take your contacts, and explore further. So I know our time is up here, but we are here throughout the day.
What is the most important for you is that what we have learned also about the data, but of the fact that in Africa there are a lot of opportunities and we have plenty of challenges ahead. So I'm representative of business, so I invite you to speak with me face to face about how we can get them and how we can take these challenges together.
Thank you very much. Being the last one, I will just address three matters. One is for Barometer, the strategies that you can use. We have organizations that host a lot of entrepreneurs. We have chambers of commerce, like you've interacted with AMEC. At Women in Business, we also have a very huge membership. And I'm sure our members, because we come from all sectors, like myself, I'm a healthcare entrepreneur, the data you have on health will be very instrumental. But also to the rest of the members would be very glad to access the data that you have. So you can use that as another channel. The other thing I would like to say is for everyone in the room, I'll reiterate something that Peter said, CEO of AMEC, that Africa is no longer a risk. Currently in 2026, we are valued at $3.32 trillion. So that is opportunity for us to grow our businesses, and all we need to do is align, connect, and position ourselves to get that to the maximum. Thank you.
So let me take this opportunity to really thank my panelists. Let's clap for our panelists, please. And then we clap for ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was very useful, and I hope Afrobarometer will sit in the booth knowing that at least we have made a bit of impact today with industry. You've listened, and we have a lot to offer, but probably we are not doing so much to be visible out there. We've heard about how we could be more visible and how we could keep talking to get more targeted. Targeting is the issue. Who are our target? We know our target very well. If you ask us, we'll tell you our target. But probably when we tell you our target, you will say you've missed ABCD. And that's why we had this opportunity to sit with you so that we see what we are missing, in particular for industry. What is it that we can do together that we are not doing? That is a question to take home as you continue with the conference, and we hope that at the end of the conference, we will get more engagement and deeper understanding of Afrobarometer. Thank you very much, all of you. So I hand it over to Peter, who gave it to me, or if Peter is not there, a representative of Peter. AMEC. Yeah. Okay. You can take back your seats now. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really an engaging session, and we appreciate so much. And thank you everybody who has come. Many people still on the way. We're going to have somebody moderating the next session. Remember, this is our all-day event, okay? This is our all-day event, and we are expecting the Prime Cabinet Secretary to crown it in the evening, when we're going to have the Leadership Vanguard Award, the awards to be awarded here. And I'm glad to see some of the winners in the room already. And so we really appreciate that discussion about data. We chose to give it the attention that it desires. And for sure, the engagement has been awesome. Thank you so much, the panelists. We appreciate to find out whether it's Kenya, whether it's Poland, whether it's Cameroon, whether it's Italy, whether it's some of them like Dr. Mwendo is a medical practitioner. Data is very relevant. We really appreciate that very much. So I'm expecting we can have the clip played. Our patron, the patron of the chamber is His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Ruzaimi, who is the ambassador of Malaysia to Kenya. And he had traveled back home during this season, and they didn't manage to come back with many reasons. Some of them you can guess. And he recorded his speech, right? He also wanted to see whether he can come online. I don't think whether that will be feasible after hearing that. So we're going to have that clip played, his speech. Then after that, we're going to have a break. I'm going to see what is going to happen there, where we have some snacks, some bitings and all that. The program is going to continue with the different speakers and participants from different countries. And within here, then we'll break around 4, again for tea and snacks. And then there will be dinner at 6 before we conclude for the event. Just to manage your expectations, right? So please stay here. Oh, okay, I've been reminded of something. Oh, actually, thank you very much. That's why I've been called here. So we are privileged to have an opportunity to witness an MOU signing between Afrobarometer, who have just finished their speech, and their engagements with their local partner, right? And first and foremost, First and foremost, we're going to have the CEO, right? Introduce. Can I have another mic? You talk about the company, and then we can have the people who are signing on the other side. Sorry. So you can introduce yourself and the entity, and what we are looking forward to do with Afrobarometer. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Brigadier Retired Dr. Kabage. I am the CEO of a think tank based here in Nairobi, known as Mashariki Research and Policy Center. We are an evidence-based research. We focus on security foresight. We are a security entity, and we address issues of conflict, geopolitics, and environmental security. We are here to sign an MOU with Afrobarometer as a research entity so that we can be able to partner moving forward. We are based here in Nairobi, and I hope we will be their link here in Nairobi. And we also want to learn from them. We know they have been in existence for quite a while, and so we want to partner, and that's why we have this opportunity to sign an MOU with them. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much. So you can take your seat there in front. And we welcome you to AMEC, Africa Asia Middle East Chamber of Commerce. We'll be able to introduce you to many people you can interact with in that direction. Take your seat. Mr. Felix, representing Afrobarometer. Very honored, very honored. Yes, welcome. AMEC board members, if you can be here to witness, Susan, Bwana Kamau, Bwana Benson, Flora, you can just come and witness this process as we conclude. Thank you so much. Then Mr. Kamau will take the mic for the next process program, really. You can wait. There are people to stand behind you. To one side, to the other side, if you don't mind. It's an awesome moment. In AMEC, we talk of global partnerships across continents. We really look into collaborations. Yeah, you can check us out at www.amec.org. That is AMECC. You can check us out there, even how to become a member of AMEC, the opportunities within there. Awesome. Okay. You can give them an applause, if you don't mind. Thank you. Sorry? Okay.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again for those on Kenyan time zone. Good morning once again. My name is Wilson Kamau. I'm one of the board members at Africa, Asia, Middle East Chamber of Commerce. And I'm a professional banker. I've been in the banking industry for many years. And currently I do training and consultancy for the same, both in Kenya and across borders. So it's such a pleasure. My duty today is to make you adjust your clocks a bit. I want to take you 3 hours ahead all the way to Malaysia, where we'll be joined by His Excellency Ruzaimi, who is the Malaysian ambassador to Kenya, and who, due to the things affecting the globe, could not be able to be here. And later, we'll also have Professor Dr. GP, also from Malaysia, who for the same reason could not be able to join us. But I'm so happy that technology is with us. So though the physical movement could not be able to make them be here in person, their thoughts, their insights are here with us. And therefore, without much ado, we'll be able to listen to first to what His Excellency Ruzaimi have to tell us, and then we'll move on to Professor Dr. GP, and please help me welcome them. Thank you.
Good morning, Jambo. A very good day to all of you, distinguished guests of honor, speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is a great pleasure for me to extend my warm greetings on the occasion of the CEO Conclave being held today. Although I am unable to physically present, I am honored to join you through this recorded message for this important event. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the organizer of this event, led by Mr. Peter Mutinda, President of the Africa, Asia, Middle East Chamber of Commerce, or AMEC, for bringing together such a distinguished group of government officers, diplomats, business leaders, and entrepreneurs. This initiative reflects a strong commitment to fostering greater business collaboration and dialogue across different countries and regions. I would also like to commend Mr. Mutinda and his team for creating a platform that brings together visionaries, investors, and business leaders. Events like this are crucial in fostering meaningful dialogue, facilitating partnerships, and paving the way for a brighter and more resilient future. Platforms such as this CEO Conclave are invaluable in today's rapidly evolving global economy. This program provides a space not only for the exchange of ideas, but also for the building of meaningful partnership that can drive sustainable business growth and investment. I am confident that the discussions and engagements taking place today will be both insightful and impactful. I would like to take this opportunity to wish all participants a fruitful and productive deliberation. I trust that you will benefit from the sharing of knowledge, perspectives, and experiences among the attendees and those who are following the session online. Such exchanges will undoubtedly strengthen your ability, skill, and capacity in navigating the challenges and opportunities of today's business environment. I believe some of you are affected directly or indirectly from the war between Iran and Israel, which is strongly supported by the US. I hope the situation will improve soon and companies affected by the conflict will recover as soon as possible. At the same time, I encourage each of you to actively engage, to build valuable networks, and to forge lasting professional relationships. Equally important is your willingness to share your own expertise, ideas, and experiences. Your contributions will enrich the dialogue and provide meaningful insights that can benefit fellow participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as the High Commissioner of Malaysia in Kenya, I am committed to supporting initiatives that promote trade, investment, and business linkages between Malaysia, Kenya, and the wider regions of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. I believe that stronger collaboration among our business communities will contribute to shared prosperity and sustainable development. I look forward to seeing fruitful partnerships emerge from this event. I wish you all a successful and rewarding interaction. Thank you. Asante Nisana.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to all participants, to all viewers in Nairobi, Kenya, Africa, and as well to all participants all around the world. This is Professor Dr. G.P. Doraisamy. I'm the Honorary Secretary General for World Humanitarian Drive, based in London.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Shikamo. Those who are not from Kenya, we normally greet each other in a respectful manner by saying Shikamo. So the answer is Marahaba. So Shikamo. So thank you very much. My name is Flora Muthaura. I'm a board member for AMEC, and today I'm your host. So anything you'd like support on, feel free. I'm here to guide you. What we just listened to was Dr. Ruzaimi, and we have a representative from Dr. Ruzaimi's office. I'd like to invite them to the stage to just comment on the video. Oh, his name is Titus. Titus? A round of applause as we welcome Titus on stage.
Thank you, Flora. Distinguished participants, speakers, delegates, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Titus Maluki from the High Commission of Malaysia. I'm in charge of trade section. Allow me first and foremost to congratulate AMEX for bringing together CEOs and participants from across the globe. The participation of CEOs in this event, it underscores the importance they attach to this session or to this forum. Because one of the busiest people in the world today are CEOs. And for them to attend this event, it means that there is something significant which is going to take place in this place. And that is why you can see them here. Back to the presentation by my boss, His Excellency the High Commissioner. He would have really loved to be in this place, but because of what is happening in the global scene, or rather in the geopolitics of around the globe and the Gulf, he was not able to attend. I was also not able to come along with the head of Chancery. Unfortunately, she has been unable to come. Apologies. But we are really supportive of this event. Peter Mutinda knows the relationship and the collaboration and the close working relationship that he has with the High Commission of Malaysia, and we look forward to supporting this event in future. Just as the High Commission has said, the High Commission, and especially the commercial section of it, we look forward to strengthening collaborations between Kenya's entities and the Malaysian entrepreneurs. Any Malaysian, or rather any Kenyan company or company from the region wishing to trade or to form partnerships, collaborations, or linkages with the Malaysian companies, we are open to assist. Any company wishing to penetrate in the Malaysian market, please feel free to contact us. The High Commission is ready anytime to enable the companies to grow their businesses to the next level. Just to finalize, allow me to inform you that in September, we will be having one of the biggest food and beverages expo, which is called Halal, Malaysian International Halal Showcase, MEHAS. And therefore, I wish to invite Kenyan companies, Ugandan companies, Tanzania companies, or companies within the region who might be willing to participate in such event to get in touch with me. There are, of course, some incentives that we normally offer, and we look forward to seeing you engage with the Malaysian companies, Malaysia's entrepreneurs, Malaysian manufacturers, Malaysian exporters to grow your business to the next level. So once again, congratulations, AMEC, congratulations, President Peter. I assure you that next time you will see Malaysian, and particularly Madrid, collaborating with you to grow this AMEC. Personally, I'm impressed, I'm excited, and I wish to be associated with you, with AMEC, and with the participation and participant in general to this event. Once again, thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Titus, for bringing your presence here. We are so grateful. And as AMEC, we really treasure the collaboration with the High Commission of Malaysia, and even for the opening of the doors. I think it would be a good idea in case we have any comments or questions in the room regarding Malaysia and such. If Titus is able to respond, he will be able to respond. If he cannot be able to, then we'll be able to ensure how we get that, a response back to you during the session, or rather during this event. So is there anyone who has a comment or a question regarding what the His Excellency Rosaimi has said and what Titus has said? Please, let me see, just in case. Okay, we have one there. Any other? Somebody help me with the mic. We have another one here. Anyone else which I could have missed? I have two. I have three. Good, I think I have three. So we start with number one. Yeah, thank you. Please just introduce yourself and what you do. We would want to know you as you make the comment or ask the question.
Good morning. My name is Ronjo Linda. I run a cleaning company, Linkaya Cleaning Services. My question is, he has said that Malaysia is open for us to trade even in Malaysia. So my question would be, does it mean we are allowed, for instance, if I own a company in Kenya, can I open a branch in Malaysia? Or which specific businesses are we allowed to trade with Malaysia? If there are any legal restrictions, or it's just open to any business that is either service sector. For instance, I'm in the service sector, or it only deals with supplies and manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll go to number 3 because of proximity, then we'll come to number 2.
Hello, good morning again. Newton Nyutho here. I represent a company called Excado. So Excado trades horticultural products. So we were looking at the same question, possibly rephrased differently. What markets are open, and what goods could Malaysia be able to uptake in terms of horticulture and agriculture that we could meet a collaboration that we can trade together? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would welcome Titus as the mic comes to the second actually participant. Titus, if you could join us and take what you are able to, and then what you are not able to, we can be able to defer it.
Hello everyone. My name is Mary Mwarari. I'm in tourism sector. My company is called Safiri Kwetu Tours. It's not a question, it's like an observation that people in Kenya have taken up going to Malaysia for holidays, but I don't think we are getting much from the other side, the Malaysians coming to Kenya. So how can you help us in tourism to partner with the tour operators in Malaysia to bring them to come and also see Kenya, because Kenya is also a very beautiful country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I have taken all the 3. So, yeah, so I'll invite, unless there is something somebody have missed and anything which has not been asked. Okay, so I will invite Titus.
Thank you, my brother. I think allow me to start with the question raised by Ronjolinda. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, about opening a branch office in Malaysia. Yes, Malaysia is open to investment, and I want you to take note of an organization called MINDA. MINDA is Malaysia Industrial Development Authority, which is under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia. MINDA is in charge of promoting Malaysia's investment into Malaysia. So basically, if you go to their website, which I'll give you, you'll be able to see the opportunities available for investment in Malaysia across the sectors. So the website for MIDA, which is actually an equivalent of our Ken Invest, is www.mida.gov.my. If you go into that website, you'll be able to get details of investment opportunities in Malaysia and the requirements for investment in that sector. I hope I've been able to answer your question exhaustively. Number 2, there was a question by Newton about export opportunities open in Malaysia. Allow me to state this one. As much as embassies and high commissioners, they talk of bilateral trade between 2 countries, you've realized that in one way or the other, it is lopsided, whereby Kenya's High Commission in Malaysia is more so into promoting Kenya's exports into Malaysia, while on the other hand, Malaysia's High Commission into Kenya is eagerly and aggressively promoting Malaysia's exports into this country. However, where I sit as Madrid, we have developed one slogan, saying bridging the world. Bridging the world means bringing exporters and importers together to exchange ideas, their products and services. Allow me to say this. I hope this will just end within the four corners of the room. As a Kenyan, I can state that our tea is very, very, very good. I remember one day I was in Malaysia and I spent almost a week. But the audacity of that, having the Kenya tea was actually within me. I'm not saying that the tea over there is not strong as it is ours, but our Kenyan tea has a preference not only in Malaysia but in the global scene. So basically, you can see how you can penetrate in tea. And again, we had a visit by our Prime Minister, and there is a comment he made when he was in Kenya last November. He didn't say that he was in love with the Kenyan tea, and he would wish to have Malaysia as a hub for Kenyan tea to penetrate the ASEAN market. So tea is one of the areas, coffee, number two, avocados, and also cut flowers. Those are some of the products we Kenyans, we can be able to export there. But again, allow me to say this, for you to venture into this market, you definitely need to be aggressive and participate in some of the local trade fairs to expose yourself and also to get to know the features and the market characteristics and the requirements of the importers. So I think I've been able to answer your question. Maureen, Flora, Flora. You mentioned about tour operators. It's you're Maureen. Mary. About tour operators. Well, we had a good opportunity to have Malaysian tourists into this market, but there were some challenges. You realize that those who have been following the news, we had Asia, which was coming to Kenya since last year, but unfortunately last year they terminated their visit. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that is the end. Unajua unasemanga kukatika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kufanya nini? Wa kusokota ungali. So I think what I can do is I can share some list of Malaysian tour operators such that you'll be able to engage them and explore business opportunities from both inbound and outbound tourists. Because basically, at the end of the day, we have to make some ends meet. So I think I've been able to answer the question, and in the event that you still need some clarification, I'm available. Thank you so much, Bananan.
Well done, Titus. You have done quite some justice, and thank you so much. In my opinion, there is nothing which has been left pending for later. So, Malaysia, as we know, is a strategic country globally, in terms of even technology, in a number of things, and we are so glad that we have them at the heart of AMEC, all the way from the High Commissioner to the senior officials like Titus, who is actually in charge of trade, and he has also given us education, which is very important because we know if we need to go to Malaysia, who is it that we need to get in touch with, but even where he is sitting, he is also facilitating that. And thank you so much, Titus, for that education and for responding to the questions very ably. So at this particular juncture, I think we want to hear from Dr. Dato, who is actually a professor, again from Malaysia. Let's hear what he has to say.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to all participants, to all viewers in Nairobi, Kenya, Africa, and as well to all participants all around the world. This is Professor Dr. G.P. Doraisamy. I'm the Honorary Secretary General for World Humanitarian Drive, based in London, United Kingdom, and I'm the Secretary for Malaysia Chapter, and also the Regional Head for World Humanitarian Drive, Asia Pacific region. I'm glad that I'm invited by AMEX, Africa, Asia, Middle East Chamber of Commerce, for this wonderful CEO Conclave and Investors Forum 2026, which is happening now at this moment in Nairobi, Kenya. That is 26th of March 2026 till the 28th of March 2026. I'm speaking from Malaysia. I'm unable to attend personally for the CEO Conclave at this moment, as you know, due to transport, flight complications and flight cancellations and other related transportation issues. So, and because of that, I would like to excuse myself, my humble, simple apologies to AMEX, especially to Mr. Peter Mutinda, and also to Ms. Gloria. They have been communicating with me for the last few months on this topic of the CEO country. And I'm really interested, I'm really honored, respected to be invited here as one of the speakers in this CEO country. And I'm very thankful to AMEX for this opportunity. I am consultant, legal consultant, both in civil and Sharia, both in Malaysia and as well in overseas in many other countries. I'm a visiting professor. I give talks on leadership. I give talks on international business. I give talk on business law. And I give talks on entrepreneurship, on global marketing skills, and also topics related to law matters in civil and also in Sharia. And I do visit many countries every month. Every month I'm invited to give talks, to present topics to master students, to doctorate students, and also to organizations and corporations, not only in Malaysia, but in many other countries. Now, as Honorary Secretary of Malaysia for World Humanitarian Drive, and also the Regional Head for WHO, World Humanitarian Drive, Asia Pacific region, I hereby would like to say something, or rather share something about very important, pertinent, four very important subjects here, or my talk will be basically based on the Constitution, and also I'd like to touch on the professionalism of corporations and organizations, and also the what are the legal and moral issues that involve in corporations and organizations, and finally on the CSR and how we go about the society. Now let me go back to point number one. Point number one is more about the Constitution. The Constitution of any organization, whether it's a non-governmental organization, or we call it the NGO, or if it's a corporation, or it's an entity in business or industry, you have to have your constitution, well-written constitution, which you must have your objectives, your vision, your mission of your corporation or your organization. Now with that, I'd like to say that Constitution is something that is mandatory. Objectives, the mission. It's not something that is optional. It's mandatory. So in other words, every member has to follow that Constitution. Now, as a lawyer, as a legal consultant, I do make a lot of consultations. I'm invited to many organizations in Malaysia and as well in other countries to talk on the Constitution. on the legal matters involving the issues, the problems, the challenges involving in any organization. And I'm really interested to talk about constitution. So I would really advise our participants, audiences, that in your organization, the first thing is please abide, please follow by the book. In other words, your constitution, your bylaws, the rules and regulations are very, very important, so that you're not caught in any illegal, you'll not be trapped in any legal issues. So that is what I'm trying to stress here, that is about the constitution. Now, of course, when you talk about constitution, then there must be, point number two, there must be professionalism. When I talk about professionalism, it is about leadership. Now, I'm a person who is very much interested in leadership, in professionalism, because I grew up in the last 50 years, in the last 5 decades, in the area of leadership and professionalism. And I will never compromise to professionalism in leadership. So I would really advise, give my, my sincere, my friendly advice that please be professional, a leader in your organization. And that will carry your name, and that will give you a better image, a better name, not only for your organization, for your society, and for your nation. And this is very important. This is what I'm trying to stress, that professionalism and leadership are something that is both local as well as international. So I call it as global. What is global? G-L-O-C-A-L. Global here means you must have a global thinking. Global thinking. And local means whatever you have, you got to act locally. Like if you are in Nairobi, if you are in Kenya, you got to do your project professionally in your country. If I'm in Malaysia, I'm going to do my project in Malaysia professionally with good leadership. That is what we call global. It's the economic term. Of course, point number 3 is all about legality, all about moral issues. Now, in any country, in any nation, there are legal issues and there are moral issues. Sometimes something that is morally right, it can be legally wrong. Sometimes something that is legally right, it can be morally wrong. So in other words, moral and legal are something that you have to balance it in a leadership. In any organization, moral. That's why we under World Humanitarian Drive, we have come with a proposal that we have written to the United Nations to declare the 2nd of September as a World Moral Day. Morality is very important. Of course, we have legality. Legality, you can strictly follow legality, but sometimes legality doesn't go very much in any organization because moral issues, cultural issues comes handy with it. So you've got to balance legality and morality in any leadership, in any professionalism, in any organization, in your country or in whatever that you are involved with. So moral issues and legal issues is something that is very important, and I would say that we in WHD, World Humanitarian Drive, we are very much bringing up this matter to the United Nations, and I personally would be going to the United Nations very soon to New York to present this paper on the moral. We want the World Moral Day to be declared on the 2nd of September. And finally, in any organization there is a CSR, the corporate social responsibility. When we talk about corporate social responsibility, and I'm talking about how a society can be involved in the environment, the surroundings. A society, a corporation must be helpful to the people around. That means you have your duty, your moral duty, your social duty to help the people. There are people looking for you. So have your CSR project. And this is something that is very close to my heart. I talk on ESG, environment, social and governance, ESG. And also that comes under the SDG, that means the Sustainability Development Goals. SDG, that is one of the goals that is under the United Nations. So please make sure that you have this SDG, which is under the United Nations Act, and also follow the ESG reporting platform. And this is very important in the present scenario, in the modern era, and this is what I call it as how we are going to run an organization in the modern times. That means we have to have a futuristic thinking of where we are going from now. And that is my importance, and that is my presentation for this today. And once again, I would like to thank AMEX, Africa, Asia, Middle East Chamber of Commerce for this wonderful opportunity. And definitely, I would tell here that I would like to visit Nairobi, Kenya, where the situation is normal. And I will be bringing a delegation all the way from Malaysia, or from the Asia Pacific region, to Nairobi, Kenya, Africa. So with that, I would like to say a very good thank you to all of you, and have a wonderful CEO Conclave and Investors Forum 2026 in Nairobi, Kenya, Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, very insightful words there from Professor Dr. GP, and showing that, the distance again is not standing on our way. We are still able to hear them. We are able to get their insights and the commitment that when the situation normalizes, or they will be able to make their way here, or rather he will be able to make his way here, and he can be able to make his way anywhere else, again with a delegation. And therefore, I want to bring you back I want to bring your clock back. Had taken you 3 hours ahead. I guess he is 3 p.m. Now we are 2 p.m. here in Kenya. So 5 hours. It's 5. Oh, sorry, it's already 5 p.m. 5 hours ahead. I'm saying, so they are 5 p.m. Sorry, I think I had taken UK, who is 3 hours behind us. Oh, so we are already at 5 p.m. We are supposed to be going home, but now I don't want you to go home. So come back to Kenya, where we are just a few minutes past noon. I know we have been sitting for a while, and what we want to do before we embark on the next session, I think is a good time that we treated ourselves to a break, whereby we can also be able, to get to know each other as we have our bitings, as we had been advised earlier, our tea and bitings, and then we will be able to have dinner later on towards the evening. But again, before then, we'll still have some other biting, just to ensure we remain awake. So you not be hungry, but you not be fed too much, as so that we can concentrate. We can concentrate better. Yeah. So. Let's take, it will be a 1 hour, so good time that we can be back here at 1 p.m. Kenyan time. So let's rise up, socialize, we'll get out there. I'm sure we'll be served with some bitings. Thank you, and see you back here at 1 p.m. Yeah, 1 p.m., that is 1 hour.
Before I ride on, I want to tender my gratitude to Peter and the team for bringing me on board. My mentor is still on her way for connecting me to this organization. So who is Anna? I'm from Cameroon. I work with the South African government for over 15 years. I facilitate immigration, trade from Cameroon, the Central African region, with investment in South Africa. So I'm still doing that. Then, a part of that, I have my own organization, Building Together Consulting. Is a woman focused advisory board where we empower especially the rural women in agriculture and in Cameroon and the Central African region. When I say Central African region, we have country, we work with our sisters across borders in Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Congo Brazzaville, Chad, Central African Republic. So we go beyond that. We also have people in Rwanda. We have in Sao Tome, Angola, South Africa, and Nigeria, our sisters. So for this, I'm also an advocate for women. I have also an organization where we bridge the gap. We empower adolescent girls and young women, and we have spotlight agriculture to empower them, giving them voice in leadership. And for that also, I'm a member of GMAC with the AU, and we work with ACAS country, that's CIMAC and beyond the CIMAC region. So for today, I was asked to talk on women-led enterprise as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth. But I narrow it down so that we'll really understand for Central African region and for Cameroon, where I'm coming from. So you will bear with me. I could not do it for Africa because it was very large. So for an insight for Cameroon, we will talk on women-led enterprise as a catalyst. We will look at women as enablers. We will look at the challenges women are facing in businesses, and also we'll look at policies and perspectives that we can together see how we can work and to break these stereotypes, these barriers, those policies that are holding us that business cannot, and women are victim of it. So when we talk as women enablers, we look at how women contribute economic growth, the participation women bring. In Cameroon, we have women that run businesses, 38% of women that promote businesses. In the Central African region is 26%, and we talk women in agriculture, in agroforestry, women in ICT communication, women in ecotourism, and we look at women in mining. Also, then we see how women contribute in the growth of the economy in Cameroon and beyond that. And we look at women, how they drive the economic, the sustainability, the growth, the job creation, and the innovation they bring. And in Cameroon and the CIMAC zone, we look how women, the recruitment, the labor force, and the participation in office, the job they create, the skills they bring, and we look especially women also in renewable energy and digital services, ecotourism, agriculture, agribusiness, and we look how women are driving that area. Then we talk on women as enablers at capacity building, supporting the ecosystem, what do they bring in. Women, we look at women, they have mentorship programs, they train other young girls, they work in collaboration We can look at in Cameroon, we have the banking system that is doing a very great work. We have EcoBank, which is a Pan-African bank, and it's a young woman who is leading that bank, not only in Cameroon, for the CEMAC zone for over 15 years. And they have a program they call Elevate, where we mentor women in all sectors in business. We have the Access Bank also, who also, that have also program. We for a program where they help women in renewable energy, ecotourism. The United Bank of Africa also is also having a mentorship program, capacity building program, where they help women to bridge up the gap, to be up to the competition that we have in other region and other blocks. And we have other institutions also that are also helping women and helping women to build businesses. And we have in the CEMAC zone, we have the CEMAC Parliament that is also putting effort, looking at how policies that are holding that trade across borders should be enhanced. And we also have the Economic Community for the Central Africa region, with the headquarters in Gabon also, is helping women on that. And we have women groups, women networks that are working with other women, especially with our sisters in Nigeria. That's the other part, West Africa. We have network of women there. There's a woman that is doing a great work in Cameroon in the cocoa sector, Tekle, and you can bear with me, even the EU, she's exporting to America, to Europe, to Asia, and she employed more than 1,500 workers, and she contributes in all levels. We have women also leading in the coffee sector in Cameroon, women in ICT. Presently, we have the World Trade Organization hosting in Yaoundé, and with a lead person that is leading in the ICT. It's a Cameroonian from the US, and we have women in that field. But that does not say it's easy, but women are breaking it, they are making it. It's not easy because the competition with the counterpart, the competition, the policies, the challenges that are there, especially when you look at access to finance, it's not easy. There's a lot of paperwork that is being asked. There's a lot of barriers. They'll ask you collateral security. They'll ask you a lot of things. Even in exports, the institution in place is not making it also easy. But it helps us when we work together in collaboration. So we promote regional collaboration, women working together, and we advocate also for those policies that are standing like as barriers that are making that trade should not advance. We have a great network of women with the Asia world, especially with India and Thailand, in Cameroon. We also have North America women with great network also there, with Canada in place. So we have women entrepreneur a network that are working closely and trying to encourage women and helping women to promote business, and also looking not only out of Africa, but within Africa. As I said earlier, we encourage women to work with women in the SADC zone, which also I'm part of it. We champion it. We look at women in agriculture, agribusiness, and in craft. We are also having sisters who are coming together with women in Aviation, we have women from Nigeria and Cameroon. They are partnering with other women in the SADC, especially South Africa, where they have aircraft, and for those who want to fly private jet, and it's already coming up, and some of them owning the private jet. So we encourage working together as women in businesses. Then promoting collaboration, networking between us in those regions, and to say that the Central African region is still open. There's a lot of opportunities there. Maybe you might be sitting here and say language is the barrier. No, language is not a barrier, because Equatorial Guinea, they speak Spanish, they speak English and French. You can also in Chad, French, English and Arab. In Cameroon, we say English and French, but we go beyond that. So the language should not be a barrier. The culture also should not be a barrier for you who want to look at that corridor, that window, or look at that block to do business. And when I arrived yesterday at the airport, we were doubting, because 2 years ago when we came, they said it's visa-free in Kenya, but at the airport, the immigration person say, ask Ruto to give you the visa. So they asked us to pay. But yesterday when we arrived, they gave us the visa without payment, which is another factors also that encourage trade and encourage that we can also come to the East African region to do business. We have a lot that we can showcase in the Central African region. We have timber. The Congo Basin is there for the 6th country. We have agroforestry products that we can transform into traditional health products, into wood and other things. We have mining. A lot of oil is there. So maybe you're looking for opportunities, you're welcome in that block of Africa where business is still there. Maybe you might be thinking that the policies we are working on that and saying how we can also shape those policies, and especially for women, we should go grounds, take those sectors like mining, forestry, timber, those sectors also, we should penetrate those sectors. It's competitive, it's difficult, but I think with those challenges, we can better shape Africa, make Africa what we really want to do. So for my conclusion, women as catalyst for sustainable growth, we look at how we can push economic growth, promote innovation and job creation. We enhance access to market and access to funding. We should look within ourselves, Africans, see how we can get money. We should shift this mindset of charity, always thinking that we can get charity, or the World Bank, or not. They are still there, yes, but we have our own institutions. We should see how we work with them closely, strengthening development by being inclusive, make counterpart, be softer to women, accept us, hold our hands, help us, give us that opportunity, put the opportunity there for us so that we can work together. So I want to say that the future of women in business in Africa, especially in the CEMAC zone, will not be defined in boardrooms, but with partnership, collaboration, and when opportunity provide us, give us those opportunities and help us also advocate for good policies so that we can also scale up these numbers of women in business, especially for the CEMAC zone and for Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Endu. And before she leaves on stage, probably I will allow one question, just one. Anyone who has a question for Ms. Edu from Cameroon? Indeed, I do agree with how women-led enterprises are a catalyst for economic growth. We normally say behind every successful man, there is a woman. So I believe there's someone who realized if we can take care of a home, we can also take care of a country, or we can take care of a particular economic sector, right? We don't normally hear behind every successful woman is a man. Though they do still support us, and we do acknowledge the support they give us, but at AMEC we also do support women initiatives. So if there are no questions, I think I'll appreciate Ms. Edu. Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. You can still engage her. She's here with us until evening. So I will move on to the next speaker. Coming up next is Mr. Paweł Zezeki from Poland. Mr. Paweł Zezeki from Poland is an export manager from Poland with strong expertise in international trade and market expansion. He focuses on building cross-border partnerships and enabling businesses to access new global markets through strategic export solution. So I believe I've given you a snapshot of what Mr. Poland does. However, I'd like to welcome him on stage to tell us more about what he does and how we can engage him to get value, and also the value that we can give you. Welcome, Mr. Paweł. A round of applause.
Okay, I suppose that this one is working, so I can start. I'm not sure if Mr. Peter received my presentation, but even without presentation, I can go. It's not a problem. So first of all, you know me already just a bit because I was a panelist, so you know that I'm from Poland and I'm export manager in my company. My company name's BART. And what we are producing and what we are offering to our, as I said, not clients, but partners, these are specific raw materials. So we are producing vitamins and minerals, so like vitamin C, D3, K2, ferrum, or iron in English, magnesium, and so on. We produce it in liposomal form. So this is something really innovative, and we are looking for opportunities on all the markets. Me personally, I'm French speaker as well. So I'm responsible for French speaking markets in Europe as well as for the whole African markets. And just to give you a background, because I'm in my company since 2 years, and at the beginning we were like nowhere in Africa with no contacts and so on. Right now I have very good partnerships in Maghreb countries, maybe also thanks to my French. So these are countries like Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. Then I have also a very good partner in South Africa, in Joburg. So this is how South Africans name this city, Joburg. And I'm here in Kenya also to see what are potentials on your market, what are the needs from the companies, as well as the needs from people, so like a final customer wanting to improve his health based on the products produced with my raw materials. So just to get a bit into details about what it is, liposomal form, and if it's known in Kenya or not, I suppose that this is something new. So this is like a vitamin or mineral that is encapsulated in a liposomal cell. And what is the advantage of that process is that this vitamin is fully protected from enzymes and gastric acids. So this is like 100% of the substance is getting into a targeted place. So that's why we say that bioavailability is much, much higher compared to standard substance, like vitamin C. We know that vitamin C is very fragile. So if we have even a big dosage that is claimed by a producer on the label, so it means that maybe 10%, 15% of vitamin C is really working, and the other is like rejected from the body. From the other hand, this is also the protection of the body from substance. We have some aggressive substance like ferrum, like iron. Iron is very needed, for example, for pregnant women, or in the countries where there are lack of iron in a diet. And with liposomal form, the iron, the body, like digestive system and stomach, this is fully protected from aggressive influence of the iron. We know well, and I suppose that you women. We had a presentation about women, so I can address myself to you. You know very well that with high absorption of iron and high need of iron, especially during pregnancy time, there are some negative effects of that supplementation. So with the product that is in liposomal form, there is absolutely no negative effects. And this is proved also with all other researches that we made on this product. And this is something that we also offer to our clients. So all our research is like clinical tests, in vivo tests, and also in vitro tests to prove how better the product is bioavailable versus standard form. What I can say also is that, as I said previously on the panel, what I'm looking for mostly, of course, I work with distributors. I work with private labeling, so if someone is interested in my product to be fully produced in Poland, it's possible. But what I'm looking for the most is for companies producing right here at place. And this is also a kind of mission that we have in my company, to help local companies with their projects to be put into market. Because I know that you, as producers, for example, right here in Kenya, but also in all other countries, you know the best your market. You know the best what are the needs of people in your country. And you know what product is affordable and what can be skipped because of power of buying at the market, or because of some supplements that are not typically popular in your country. So what I'm looking for, as I said, is not for clients, but for partners that can share with me their vision, and I can see how I can help all of you, all of these partners, with my product, so we can have a synergy that has been also shared before on the stage. So we are looking for synergy, we are looking for local production, and we are looking in reality to help people, because we know that there are three things that are very important in life to be in a good health condition. So first of all, this is food, second one is sleep, and the third one is like body exercises. And in theory, that's all. But then we know that the quality of food is still worse and worse. So that's why, and especially after COVID period, people are started looking for supplements to improve their normal diet. So this is what we want to do. We want to deliver quality products, innovative products, and what is also important, affordable products. And please believe me that I have an experience in that, because we have already very good partnerships with selling products in African markets. So as I said, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and South Africa. I have some interesting products also in Egypt, in Libya, in Nigeria, Ethiopia. I'm also in contact with one client from Kenya, but I hope that it won't be just one client from your country. And we know those innovative product with affordable price. So maybe I will finish my speech with a constatation that what I'm looking for is to help you with my raw materials and to help to improve the quality of life or the well-being of people in African countries. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Powell. I think we've all heard what he said. He's looking for companies to produce his products locally, and these are supplements. And all you have to do is share your vision and see how you can bridge energies with Mr. Powell to create an impact to people here in Kenya and across continent. Thank you so much, Mr. Powell, for that. I'd like to encourage you to visit our booths. There behind, we have Lofty Coburn. You'll get to know about the financial solutions that they're offering from an investment perspective. We have Barometer, we have Britam, we have Linkaya, And we have a Mana link. I hope I have mentioned all of them. So please make time and visit them. Get to know the products that they are offering. You never know, you might find a solution that will make you rich today or rich in 10 years when it comes to investments. Or you might find a product that creates an impact, enabling you to improve your health. So I would like to call our third speaker for this afternoon. He's from Lofty Coban. His name is David Gitao. David is the Chief Commercial Officer at Lofty Coban Investments Limited and a seasoned investment professional with over 15 years of experience in asset management, corporate finance, and financial advisory. He is a CFA charter holder, very passionate about empowering individuals and institutions through strategic investment solutions and financial education. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome David Gitao on stage.
I want us to imagine, just for a few seconds, you either as an individual, maybe with your family, but imagine you being able to take your kid or your kids to school without any stress, being able to plan your holidays without any stress. You've told your kids, we're going to go on holiday on this and this month, and for sure you go. Being able to buy your dream home, like a small ranch somewhere where your kids can play. Being able to buy your dream car. And again, being able to cater for your emergencies, all this without stress. These are problems that plague us on a day-to-day basis. And that is why about 5 years ago, a group of us, about 8 of us, we were then working for CIC Asset Management. We came together and said, we need to come up with a plan to help Kenyans achieve these dreams. Essentially, give Kenyans a plan on how they can just get peace of mind. And we identified the gap as being simply, we just need to empower as many Kenyans as possible on matters personal finance. So we said, we're going to dream big, and we're going to empower guys. And that became our rallying call. To achieve this, we said we're going to do 3 things essentially. We're going to offer empowerment. This is through seminars, webinars, physical meetings. We are then going to take that empowerment and go personal. Basically, personal financial advisory, irrespective of one's status in life. And finally, we are going to offer products that speak to these same Kenyans, so that we walk with them a journey. Basically, empower, invest, and then prosper. But we said we needed a platform to be able to do these 3 things. And that is how Lofty Coban Investments Limited was born. We didn't want to remain briefcase outfit. So we decided to go the whole hog and get licensed and registered, which we did. We got our first license in 2023, January, from the Capital Markets Authority as a fund manager, basically giving us the authority to advise clients and to manage money. With that license, we then gone and got other licenses from the Retirement Benefits Authority, giving us, again, authority to talk on matters retirement and also manage retirement benefit schemes. Then finally, we went to the Institute of Certified Financial and Investment Analysts. That is the body that gives us our practicing certificates. So armed with these licenses, we were now able to fill the last loop in terms of coming up with products so that we walk the whole journey. And that is how our pension products came up. Our collective investment scheme products, our money market funds and the rest, personalized wealth management, and very importantly, institutional wealth management. But who are the guys behind this? I'll just mention a few of them. One of our founder members is the current chairman of the Institute of Certified Accountants of Kenya, founder, shareholder. Another one is our chairman, George, former CFO at CIC Group, former CFO at Airtel, former CFO at Unilever. Richard Tobiko, current CFO at Nation Media Group, just to name a few of the directors. In terms of management, we're led by Stanley Mutuku, who was the immediate former MD of CIC Asset Management. Myself, I've been in the industry like forever. Alex Mudhaka, worked for Britam, Genghis. In short, when you add up all our experience, it was coming to about, when we were starting, about 150 plus years. Then, of course, there is Leonida, who is right at the back there, again, a founder. So these were the guys who are now carrying that vision of empowering Kenyans towards financial freedom. And fast forward 2.5 years plus maybe 1 month, we are now managing 5.1 B Kenya shillings with over 14,000 clients. Our investment process is very strict, but just put it in a nutshell, we are very research driven. We believe in gathering as much information as possible, because with the more information you have, the better an informed decision we will make. And because of that strictness, we have been able to generate very consistent returns over the last 2.5 years. For example, last year, pension alone, the average was about 22% return. On the other products, we had equity fund doing about 52%, which was the highest in the market then. Money market fund doing an average of about 11%. The bond funds doing 20% plus. So what is it that we are proposing to the members of AMEC? And even before I go into that proposal, I want us to imagine again, because we are leaders of businesses. Imagine you're in HR. You're wondering, why are my staff not as engaged as they used to? Why aren't they as productive as they used to? What's up with them? Kumbe is just small debts that are bugging their head. They cannot think straight. Imagine you're a CFO or a CEO. There's all this turmoil in the world. And you're wondering, how can I just maintain my revenue or diversify my income streams to bring stability in this organization. That is where Lofty Coban comes in. And what we are proposing to members of AMEC and even non-members at corporate level is to come over at no cost, come and talk to your staff, basically about personal financial management, small things like debt management, budgeting. How can they plan their finances? Again, with HR and senior management, how can we go around this issue of pensions? Because the scenario can never be that our children are our retirement plan. Those days are long gone. How can we engage the two of us with HR and senior management, and we bring our expertise on board and guide you on how you can go either creating a pension scheme for your employees, or just encouraging them to make additional voluntary contributions, or even just making your pension scheme, if it's current, just more efficient, even with NSSF Tier 2 contributions. How can we have one-on-one sittings with the CFOs and CEOs on how we can, in short, increase their revenue? Based on my past experience, I've been able to guide a lot of corporates increase and diversify their revenue by up to 6 to 10% using just investment income. And finally, again, in the issue of increasing income, how then can we advise you on how you can diversify your income portfolios or your investment portfolio, how you can pay dividends in a more structured manner, have a consistent dividend policy, how can you manage cash reserves? COVID taught us that even businesses need cash reserves. Again, we're in the same scenario where every day you're wondering, when you wake up, what could have happened while I was asleep in the Middle East? So that is our proposed partnership. Again, to the members and to the non-members. And why are we proposing this? Or why should you even consider Lofty Coban? One, very experienced guys, including myself, top management, 19 plus years of experience in the investment industry. In our staff, we have diverse skills, personalized service, and of course, back to our core mission of empowerment, from top to bottom. So I want you guys to join me when I come calling on you so that we can add value to your employees, to your senior managers, and to your boards. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, David. I think I can give a testimony and say he's added value to my portfolio. I'm actually an investor with Lofty Coban, and they're doing very well when it comes to their funds, as you have seen. So how do you give value to your employees? How do you optimize the capital that you have for your business? Please speak to Lofty Coban. They're actually there behind, and they're with us until 10 p.m., I believe, today. They'll be there during dinner, so please do engage them. Coming up next is Mr. Antonio Matumina. However, before he comes on stage, I'd like to play a video, and then I introduce him. So right after the video, Mr. Antonio Matumina, he's the second secretary of the Embassy of Angola to Kenya, and he'll be speaking to us today. And I believe when you have a representative from the embassy, that is really the key person who unlocks trade and investment when it comes to how Kenya can tap into Angola business and how Angola can tap into Kenya. So let's play the video before Mr. Antonio Matumina comes on stage. Thank you. It will take a while. Okay, so the tech team is telling me that the video will take a while. So as they work on that, I think I will invite Mr. Antonio Matumina to come on stage so that we can hear him first and then we'll listen to the video. A round of applause for the Second Secretary, Embassy of Angola to Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I want to say I came to represent the Ambassador, Excellence Mario de Azevedo Constantino. He's the Ambassador of Angola in Kenya. So, Your Excellence Peter Mutinda, distinguished representatives and STEAM's organizer, distinguished CEOs and investors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Antonio Matumina. I'm Second Secretary of Angolan Embassy and also the head of economy sector. We have the background in economy and also psychology, and we have so many things to say about Angola. Because of that, we ask for the video to introduce Angola. So, it is a great honor to speak to you today at an important forum organized by these organizations. I thank the Chamber for bringing together business leaders and investors from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's future depends on strong cooperations between African countries. Angola and Kenya are working together to grow their economies, develop industry, and support regional integrations. Trade between our two countries is still growing and has strong potential to grow further. Angola is strong in energy, infrastructure, and logistics. Kenya is strong in finance, agriculture, and technology. Those strengths can work well together and create more business opportunities. I'm also happy to see strongest cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce of both countries, Angola and Kenya. They are helping companies connect and building partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, Angola is taking important steps to attract investment. The new direct flight between Nairobi and Luanda makes travel easier and support business between our countries. Angola has also opened a modern international airport which helps the country to become a transport and logistics hub. The Lobito Corridor is another key project. It connects Angola to Central Africa and creates opportunities in transport, mining, and industry. In the energy sector, the Cabinda refinery is on schedule to start operating in April. Angola is also inviting foreigners, investors to building new refinery to meet the growing demand for fuel
in Africa and also around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the goals of AAMECC are in line with Angola's vision and with the opportunities of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We believe that cooperation between Angola and Kenya can become strong example of partnership in Africa and around the world. In conclusion, Angola is open for business and ready to work with partners. So we invite you to explore investment opportunity in Angola and join us to building Africa's economy future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonio Matumina. I'd like to welcome you to ask questions. Anyone who'd like to move to Angola and do business? Any barrier that you've experienced?
Thank you very much. So the question was if I would like to be in Angola for making business. Of course, yes. I have not tried for a while, so I'm looking also for some opportunities, but also for knowledge about the country. Can you tell me what is the source that I should use to have the best level of knowledge about Angola, about how to position myself to be able to find a reliable partner in your country?
Thank you so much, Mr. I really forgot your name. Mr. Paweł. Okay, I know you are from Poland, no? Yes, and it's a pleasure to answer your question, okay? And also, it will be a pleasure to receive you in Angola. So, as I say in the speech, we have a new political foray in the country when we receive our new president. We decide to fighting more against the corruptions, okay? And one of the things we decide to remove also, it was the rule we had before about if you want to invest in Angola, you need to have a partner who is Angolan. Okay, you need to have some partner there, and he need to have like that 5% of the share. Okay, even though he don't have any money, but you need to provide it. Okay, it's about the past. Now you can go in Angola. Everything you want to do there, you just go to the Minister of Commerce there. We have also the IPEX who can explain to you how you can open your company, which document you need to have, okay, so that you can start to drive your company there in Angola. I hope it's okay, the answer? Okay. Any other? I'm so happy. Have a question for me.
Lovely. My name is Eunice Mutua. I represent several organizations. One is a network. It's called the Africa Sustainable Agribusiness Agroprocessing Network. Yes. And then Select Fresh Produce Kenya, that is also an exporting company. We're setting up Africa's largest sweet potato factory in Kenya. Some people had reached out from Angola and wanted to cooperate, but the challenge is the incentives around the agriculture sector. I understand that your country is more focused on oil and gas, and there is some initiatives, you know, but what can you say are some of the things that government or your country is doing to improve on investing in the agriculture sector to make it easier for partnership?
So I need to talk with you and answer you in a way of diplomacy because it's not exactly my area. But what I can tell you is Angola is open for the all type of business. And agriculture is also one of the business Angola start to open. We even launched a project, okay, we call Planaground. Planaground is a project where we want to building what you call ground in English. Sorry, I'm not really an English speaker, but ground we talk, it's like a cement, exactly for planting, okay? And we have a project so that we can work with all countries around the world who have the opportunity to supply this cement for us so that we can building our agriculture in a different way with all type of products. Because I think you guys know we have more than 20 years of war in Angola, and we had a lot of mine around the country. And now we have 10 years free of mines. Okay, I think this is a long time for make sure like we don't have more end mine, okay, in our land. And everyone who want to do agriculture can do now in Angola. Thank you so much for your question.
Great.
Yes, please.
Just a little bit of patience, Mr. Antonio. I can see we have 1, 2 hands up.
Okay, my name is
Hi,
Dr.
Mike.
Hi, my name is Dr. Maya Darawi. I'm CEO of Lavender Live groups all over the world. As I understand, Angola has a strong agriculture potential. Have there been any pilot project exploring high-value aromatic crops such as lavender for essential oil?
So, I hope I get well your questions because we have a very different accent, but in a way of lavender, no, and also clothes and other products in Angola. We're still working, and we open all opportunities about receive contribution from other companies, countries, okay, who can inquire this type of job or of business in Angola. So another thing also I think we also talking a bit is Angola is a country where you can find cotton. We plant cotton there. And one of our priority is have the fabric in Angola. Okay? Instead of start to import clothes or any material outside the country, we want to building the fabric in Angola. Then from Angola, we sell the different type of products. And then we are open for that. Your companies welcome to going there, know our country, and see what you can do with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is
Good afternoon.
My name is Miriam Bonzo, representing One Stop Career Agencies. I'm into labor mobility. So my question was, sometimes we get projects that involve people from West Africa, especially oil and gas, because Kenya, we don't have such skills and personnel. Where can someone start from when they need manpower from Angola to take to countries that have requested? For example, the Middle East countries that deal with oil and gas. Thank you.
Sorry. I really want you to repeat the question. Very
My
sorry.
question is, if I need manpower from Angola,
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to be here in AMEC, where business investors and business leaders are met. Africa today is not only a continent, it's the most promising investment destination for all investors. Especially Kenya now, it's a gateway for Eastern Africa, especially because of existing of Mombasa port. From banking point of view, I have noticed, because for me it's first time to be in Kenya, that mobile banking is very strong in Kenya. Really all people, all different places, they are using the mobile to pay its fees or bills or whatever. So this is really very good. From investment point of view, I will not talk today about the big investments, big sharks, no. I will talk about the small one, the SMEs and startup business, where the SMEs is the backbone of any economy, where it's increase the employment rate and reduce the poverty of any nation. However, although it's very important, any country has its SMEs, companies and startup business, but they also challenge lack of experience, lack of financial knowledge, and weak expert challenge. In Africa, we have a lot of
and for example, I need only £1,000, £100,000. For the bank, this is a very minimal amount. From profitability point of view, the bank maybe not consider your request. But from the other side, this kind of companies, it's very important. And it's very successful. We have a lot of companies that working in these projects. For the individuals, that I can purchase a lot of things on credit, and then for the companies, that they could take £100,000, £200,000 to finance working progress or whatever the purpose of the finance. And this kind of companies become parallel to the bank, and time by time start to take a market share from the bank. By the way, even the banks in Egypt nowadays start to think to make subsidiaries companies working for her in the same way, because we found that we have a lot of population. The banks, you know, the banks in Egypt are regulated by Central Bank of Egypt, and we are committed with rules and regulations. Some people or some companies, they are not able to meet these requirements concerning documents, regulation, this kind of things. From other side, this kind of companies, the fintech companies, are taking the risk to deal with this kind of companies. But on the other side, the interest rate is higher. The fintech companies, for example, if you take a loan from the bank, for example, 5%. If you go to the fintech company, the same amount, but the interest rate is like 10. For example, it's higher. Why? It's higher risk. Otherwise, you could go to the bank, which is more secure. Your idea is very good. I don't know, actually, to be honest, I don't know how it's in Kenya. But if you have, if the people culture accept and adapt mobile money, so it can adapt easily this kind of things. This is the most important.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed, for giving us insights about SME and how. So I will invite Dr. Mai. We would like to know what Dr. Mohammed, we saw this some form of partnership, and Mai, she's the chair lady of Lavender Life Group. I think you saw it just a minute ago on our screens. It's an organization committed to driving sustainable projects, fostering strategic partnerships, and creating meaningful opportunities for women entrepreneurs across the globe. She has a strong focus on entrepreneurship and sustainability when it comes to fostering partnership across continents. However, she's based in Cairo, and she has a global outlook, a wealth of experience, insight, and inspiration to conversations around inclusive growth and sustainable development. Let's welcome Dr. Mai on stage so that she can share with us perspectives on advancing opportunities, strengthening partnerships, and driving impact. Welcome, Dr. Mai.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Maya Zarawi. I'm CEO of Lavender Life Group all over the world. It's my honor to be here representing Egypt with many leaders from Angola, from Kenya, Ghana, Cameroon, Malaysia, and many countries. I want to ask you some question. Why you are here? Why you contribute in this event? Why you come to this event?
Okay. So at the end of this event, I'm Eunice Mutua. At the end of this event, I believe I'll be able to link up with potential partners in agribusiness, not just in Kenya, maybe in Egypt, maybe also in Cameroon, Angola, and other Kenyans as well. Second objective is I believe actually in partnerships. I believe that everybody here has something to offer. So you might not get a business linkage, but you might get, get in contact with somebody who might link you to somebody else. So I believe in coming together. And of course, I'm looking for investment. We're setting up Africa's largest sweet potato factory here in Kenya. So I'm looking. So that so much sweet potato. But I'm looking for investors. If there is, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Tell me why you contribute here. Where are you?
Paweł Zarzecki, I come from Poland, and at the end of this show, I would like to have really good partnerships with a profit for everyone, especially for final customer.
Let's go to Angola. What's your mission and vision from this event?
Good afternoon once again. So for us, every time, every place or every events
that is opportunity for us to share our country.
Okay, and also invite the all company to know Angola and maybe go in there and do some business in Angola.
So everyone here came from his country to tell us about his experience, and he wanted to make exchange between each country. But let's say something by the end of this event. Our slogan will be, let's move for cooperation, not for competition. This will be the start, the end of this event. I wanted to ask you something. Anyone know how we use lavender? Which sector we can use lavender? Lavender. Where?
No, I'm just repeating what I hear from.
She has a lot of energy. Yeah, and I like that. She decided to come for the event in the last 2 days. So, you know, and they managed to get flights with a strong in the Middle East, and they are here. They are also members of our partner Women in Business, Dr. Eve. You know, so we work together so much, and we appreciate Dr. Mohammed all the way from Cairo. Thank you so much. So the booth is over there, right at the corner.
Answer about my question. You have to answer about my question.
Oh.
In agriculture, we agree lavender. A special type is called Egyptian French lavender. And after agriculture, we use it in clothes, leather clothes, linen clothes, cotton clothes. Also, we use it in silver. We make silver like this, has lavender identity, and we make it also in food. We use in tea. We use the lavender also in soap and candles. I want to show you something. You have to check. Who want to take? Here. Here. Every table check the product. They can tell me about smell. Wow. What's your opinion?
Very refreshing. It's actually very calming. I've heard that it calms nerves. Yeah.
It's awesome. It has a nice aroma. Yeah. Very strong aroma.
Because of the smell, I thought it was a piece of cake. I was to grab it.
What's your opinion?
So unfortunately, I didn't have a chance.
Okay. Here.
It's soothing and calm. I love the smell. I don't feel like giving it out to any other person, but just to stay with it.
Thank you. Let me. You have the smell.
Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure that my wife would love it.
Okay. Who want to share? Who take soup? Who take soup? I need your opinion. Scandal?
It's so nice, suave, lovely.
Soup?
I think it smells very refreshing, and yeah, I think it's very soothing to the scent, and I know even to the skin. Yeah.
Some people here use another product.
It has a calming effect, and at least it's not that strong for those people who are sensitive with allergies. So I prefer it.
Lavender Live has 7 companies. They, as I told you, one of them in agri lavender, another one use lavender in manufacturing leather products, linen products, and cotton products, silver also. We have a role in women empowerment. Here we member in Women in Business with Dr. Eve and Priscilla. We help about 105 Kenyan women to have a job from their home. We train them about to make candles. This candle has a research, and this soup has a research also. Candle is moved to mosquito and insects, not only smell. So we put more lavender on it. And soap has antifungal effect about leather. We have also lavender glycerin. It is emollient for hands and for all skin. This is what Lavender Live did. So, as I told you, by the end of this event, I wanted to move to cooperation, not to competition. We opened the door for anyone who wants to open a franchise from our product. We have booth here if you want to see our product also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mai. I hope you have lavender for all of us. Somehow I knew we can use lavender for air freshener, perfume, but I didn't know we can use it in chains as well as clothing. So you have enlightened us there. At this juncture, I think I want to introduce my fellow director. Her name is Dr. Ruth, so she will handle the next session of the day. And I will allow her to introduce herself and tell you about the role that she plays in AMEC and how we collaborate as directors in order to foster economic partnerships across continents. Dr. Ruth, a round of applause for Dr. Ruth.
Thank you. Wow, let's also give it up for Flora. Wasn't that amazing? Flora, we value you. Thank you so much for that session. It was amazing. And we continue to learn. Is that not so? We are learning. You know, we've given ourselves for lifelong learning. Every day is an opportunity to learn something new. Yeah, like what she's just said, like lavender, we can use it not only as a flower. Majority of us know it just as a flower, a beautiful, good smelling flower. But look at, today we know so much more about it. So my name is Dr. Ruth Wambua, a board member in AMEC. We are working together with the team to ensure that truly AMEC is standing for what it says it is. And thank you so much for being here today. So in AMEC, we push together to ensure that we have that technological availability and visibility. When you search us out there, you can see us. So that's where we push and really put in effort into. And with that said, welcome so much. And I ask that we still remain focused for the next few minutes. Yeah, so the incoming session, we want to just tell you a little bit about the space of education. You know, we say that we are always learning. There's always something new to learn. And with us is several experts in the field and the space of education who will introduce what it is that we are doing in that space and much more in the space of digital education and innovations, you know, because it's in that now businesses really plug in and see how businesses can really work together with the education sector to make your businesses even more, you know, futuristic, so to say. Because you know within the education sector, that is now the hub of research. And when you do research, even a business would not really exist for so long if they leave research. So it's important for us also to really appreciate the space of research and also what exactly is happening within the education space, because all of us are products of education. Is that not so? Yeah. So then I want to welcome the next speaker, who is Madame Salome. Madame Salome, if you're here, if you can hear us, kindly start coming. So we have Salome Kinyanjui Kiongo. Salome Kinyanjui is in the Presbyterian University of East Africa. Right? That is one among the many universities that we have in this country. Only to mention that I also lecture in a university in this country, presently at the University of Nairobi, and also lecturing at Mama Ngina University, which is a constituent college of Kenyatta University. See the many universities. Yeah, so within that space, there's quite a lot that is happening, and we can work together really to enhance whatever it is that you are doing. So thank you so much, and welcome, Madam Salome. It is your opportunity. Come and tell us about education, tell us about the Kenyan curriculum, and everything that we need to know in partnership with the businesses that are in this space. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I'm happy that this is happening this afternoon. As you've heard, my name is Salome Kinyanjui Kiongo, a lecturer at the Presbyterian University of East Africa. And I always tell people I'm an expert in competency-based education, which started way before the said date, that's 2017. We started earlier because my area of expertise is early childhood education. But you'll see how that has evolved. We are looking forward as an education sector to a space whereby innovation will be a daily event or activity, and our lifestyle, especially with competency-based curriculum. So that being the case, I have a lot of interest in innovation, because we cannot do education without innovation, which is a bridge between academia and the industry. So today, as we do this, I'm happy to let us know that in the room there is a group of students, former students who are innovators. Please show by the hand where you are. Hello, let's celebrate that team. Great. In the country there are many, but today we have a select so that we see where we bridge. It's an opportunity to collaborate. We are saying that there is usually a disconnect between academia and industry. And today we want to look at what we have in this space. On one side, there is research that is powerful. Somebody today commented in the morning, the group that signed an MOU there, one of them was my colleague, that theirs doesn't sit in a dusty place like we have always known in Kenya. Theirs is actionable. So today we bring in this room research that is powerful, innovators who are capable, ideas that can transform the markets. And on the other side, in the space of CEOs, investors, we have the capital, market access, scale infrastructure, but too often these worlds operate in isolation. True or false? Hello? Great. So today we change that. So let me be clear. This is a session for this is a discussion for decisions, direction, and deal making. Let's applaud that. So we hope that by the end of this session, we aim to identify real collaboration opportunities. We also want to structure practical partnership pathways by the time we are done with our dinner. And where alignment exists, we want to initiate formal commitments and MOUs. So what makes today different is this. We are not presenting concepts, we are presenting validated academic insights. Because in our curriculum, when our Commission of University Education comes along, they ask us to propose the curriculum we will do. That's usually a cycle of 5 years. And we present with theory and practice and solution, because by the end of the curriculum or the course, our students do projects, and specifically our university, which is a private institution, and it is a faith-based institution. You hear the Presbyterian University of East Africa. We are known for that. When we go to the classrooms, when we go to the market, we present solutions. We go in and do action research, and we implement. So by the time we assess our students, we make sure that there is something credible. But immediately after that, they vacate, they leave that, and they go searching for opportunities. And therefore, here we are saying that what we have is validated academic insight, deployment-ready innovations, and critically, clear commercial pathways. So I'm honored to co-host alongside 3 distinguished experts. We have Dr. Alex Musili. We've worked in different sectors, many years, and he's part of AMEC. Let's appreciate Daktari. Amazingly, we also have a young man called Thomas Hudson. I met him yesterday, I have to say this. Walimu hawadanganyi, si ni ukweli? So when we met yesterday, I heard him, he was stepping out. We were in the Glee, at the Glee. And he was in a session, he was asked to come back. When he did, I heard him and said, today we have a session, I request that we speak. And this young man accepted. What an honor, and he has another session in the few in Hudson Blue in the next or whatever hotel. Let's appreciate him. Kindly. A better applause for him. Thank you. The next one, he's not the last. He's my colleague. He's Dr. Samuel Oresi. He's a senior lecturer and the HOD, head of department in the business department in the Presbyterian University of East Africa. So he too is joining us. Welcome, Daktari. Let's appreciate them. So I would want to invite Dr. Alex to go first, followed by Hudson. Karibu, Daktari.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you have heard, my name is Dr. Alex Musili. I'm a member of AMEC, where I serve as a senior advisor in resource mobilization and partnership, and also play other roles. I have been a lecturer in Kenya and in the Middle East, but also in the humanitarian aid, where I've worked for 26 years. And during that time, I earned 2 PhDs. One is in Diplomacy International Studies, where I majored in issues related to conflict, diplomacy, and also I felt that was not enough. I wanted to bring more development to Africa, and I also did a PhD in development studies. More so, I'm also an investor and also an industrialist, where I run a company which provides mineral water called Acolex. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to be very brief and make a presentation in the area of education and innovation, whereby I'm talking about translating academia into industry value. This is bringing credibility or anchoring credibility of education and innovation, so that our education makes impact, so that we are not only train our children, train our students only to go to look for jobs, but train our students to be able to be creators of the jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make an observation that some of the most powerful solutions to today's industry challenges already exist within our academic institutions. Yet, too many remain underutilized. Because if it's not about the academic institutions who can provide solutions that bedevils our societies, because that's where research is done. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not due to lack of relevance, but it is due to lack of structured collaboration. We have the academia, we have the industry, but they lack collaboration, structured collaboration that can bring meaningful results. Globally, where academia and industry have aligned intentionally, 3 outcomes consistently emerge. 1, innovation cycles become shorter, research becomes market relevant, organizations reduce the cost and risk of experimentation. We have heard these men, like especially in Kenya, other industry, they complain that majority of the students that the universities are producing, actually they are not fit for the industry. Why? Is because of those 3 things that we lack. But allow me to illustrate this through a pattern we have observed as academians. Successful collaboration is rarely accidental. It is designed. It typically follows 3 stages, which I'm going to present. Stage 1, there is co-identification of the problem. Industry does not outsource problems to academia. It co-defines those problems. Stage 2, co-development of the solutions. Researchers and industry practitioners work together, and once they work together, they will ensure solutions are 1, practical, 2, scalable, and 3, context aware. When you are providing a solution, you are aware of the context, and you're providing a solution for that particular context, because contexts are specific, they are not generalized. And stage 3, we do co-development and feedback. Solutions are piloted within real environments. They are refined and scaled up. Where this model is applied, the results are measurable. Through 1, faster innovation adoption, 2, stronger talent pipelines, 3, sustainable competitive advantage. Let me bring this closer to our context. What often limits collaboration is not willingness, it is the structure. We have the structure and solutions shall be found. Why? Because we shall have, when there's a limitation of the collaboration, we'll have unclear entry points, misaligned expectations, and there is also slow engagement processes. Today we have an opportunity to overcome these barriers, because they are barriers. Because what is being presented here is not abstract research, it is applied innovation ready for industry engagement. As Salome has said, we have students here who are going to demonstrate to you what they have done, what has worked, and before that worked, they had done a lot and they struggled, but they have come with the solutions. And all these innovations are solving societal problems. Today we have an opportunity to overcome all this if we give a stronger look at what is being presented. Therefore, I encourage you as leaders to consider this. What if your next breakthrough did not require starting from scratch, but rather partnering with what already exists? Many presenters have presented. If you want to scale in the area of nascent, very cool experiences, why not partner with Lavender? If you partner with that, you will not be starting from the scratch, but what you'll be doing, you will already partnering with what already exists. And therefore, the opportunity below us is not to explore academia, it is to activate the academia. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Dr. Remo. Thank you, Dr. Alex. Awesome, well stated. We now turn to the innovators themselves, but let me reframe how we see them. These are not students seeking support. They are builders, problem solvers, and partners. Thomas Hudson. He come on stage. He is the CEO of Greenspace Action Network. Kindly introduce the innovation pipeline. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Jambo. Hakuna matata. Please tell your neighbor hakuna matata. You know, the reason why I'm excited this afternoon is that we are having the CEOs and investors conclave this afternoon, and adjacent as Kenya is convening the Kenya International Investment Conference. And this to us should be something more than we can be proud of as a country. And before I go into the details, I would actually love to introduce myself to you. And of course, we get to know each other more than just attaching the name to the face. I am Hudson Thomas, a Kenyan by birth, and currently I'm the CEO of Green Space Action and Network Organization. Green Space Action and Network Organization was birthed as a result of my interaction with the young people in the slum. I was invited in a birthday celebration, but then a friend of mine told me, Hudson, would you tag along to, of course, visit a children center? And I have never been to a children retreat center or rescue center in a slum. And so I decided to actually give my time to go there. And when I went to the slum for the first time, oh my, as JKL puts it, it was very hefty on my heart, in my heart rather to say. And that moment birthed a renaissance moment on sustainability, but also sustainable livelihoods. And with that, Green Space has been able to not just break the barriers for the young people in Kenya, but we are recently breaking that barrier in the multilateral space. And coming back now to the actors of today, where we are going to actually be engaging on this subject, innovation and talent pipeline. I'll begin by, of course, sharing a story that is deeply in my heart. Much as the speakers whom have, spoken behind me or after me, before me rather to say, have actually been touching on, data, statistics, and I know your minds are kind of worked up. I'm gonna share with you a story that is, of course, reflecting the two sides of the coin. That is the young people, the investors, and the CEOs. And this story that I'm going to share with you is a reflection and a deep story that my grandfather actually shared with me. And in a kingdom, in an animal kingdom, there are two great friends, the crocodile and the monkey. And as you know, the habitation of the crocodile is water. And the habitation of the monkey is the forest. And so these two friends were great buddies of the best times. They used to see each other every morning, every evening. And so as they went by, the crocodile, of course, used to come very early in the morning to check on his friend, the monkey. And of course, the monkey, on the other hand, will spend some of the time going to the shores of the lake or the river to actually check on the friend. And so as days went by, this friendship blossomed. And the monkey did not know that the crocodile had an hidden agenda with their friendship. And so one day, the monkey asked the crocodile, "It seems your kingdom, that is the water kingdom, that you are in is quite interesting. And I would love actually to pay a visit." And Mr. Crocodile said, "Why not? I would actually love to give you a ride to see what my kingdom could offer or can offer." And so one fine morning, the crocodile and the monkey set a trip to the crocodile's kingdom. And this first day, it went successfully. And so after this first trip, the crocodile brought back the monkey to the mainland. Then the next day, of course, the monkey would actually even throw the fruits to the crocodile and, of course, tell the crocodile, "Would you accompany yourself with these fruits to your kingdom?" But now, as it seemed to the crocodile had an hidden agenda with the monkey. Now, on the third day, as they were planning now to go, the crocodile actually took the monkey to the deepest end of the water. And the crocodile told the monkey, you know, today I want the best part of your liver, and I've been craving for that. And with that, the monkey was worried. How is our friendship now turning to be now I'm the one on the menu? And so the monkey being worried, it never knew what to do in the midst of, confusion. And so the monkey thought very quickly. And of course, monkeys are very cunning. Monkey thought very quickly and told the crocodile, it's okay that you need my liver, but what I can tell you as of now, Mr. Crocodile, my liver is not with me. It's in the tree. So what you do, just take me back to the mainland, and I'll actually get onto the tree and get you the sweetest liver that you actually need. And so without delaying, since the crocodile was baiting for the sweetest liver and the liver that was not yet witnessed, and so crocodile took the monkey back to the mainland. And when the monkey, of course, was fortunate enough to get to the mainland, it jumped onto the tree. And the monkey, actually in despair or surprise, actually looked on the crocodile. And it told the crocodile, unfortunate or fortunate enough, you are actually baying for my liver. It is with me, and I'm sorry I can't give you any more. Please go back. And that is how the crocodile was disappointed. What am I trying to bring into our context? The youth, the investors, the CEOs provide a direct correlation. We don't interact as foes or enemies, and neither are we coming to a point of competition. When we come together as young people and the investors, the ideas that the young people are proposing to you, or rather to say coming up with these innovative ideas to transform our sectors, we see them as a point of propagating the structured goals that we equally or unilaterally position this agenda. And the reason why I'm saying this, more often than not, key industry players have been at the either forefront of either misusing the young people, and this I'm coming to the context of innovation, because in the recent times, majority of young people have been shy in actually even sharing their innovative ideas, either participating directly to the hackathons or the innovation incubation hubs that have been, strategically positioned. Why is that becoming an issue? It's because we've been having predators who are taking advantage of the youthful innovations to actually have their agenda actually at the center stage, rather than positioning these young people as key actors. And the reason why I'm saying this, last year, as those that have been quite effective in following the African news on tech uptake, Kenya was actually in the lead in actually receiving a lot of tech-related finances in Africa. And as you know, Nairobi is actually positioned at the Silicon Savannah of Africa. And what does that say in mind? That Kenya alone is not only being positioned as an actor of technology with its presence of Microsoft in our region, but only if it's positioned strategically with the innovative ideas of the young people that are being generated, being able to be translated to real-time impact and value. Besides that, what we are also looking at is the innovation mindset, that is scaling and solving. I know when you're talking about the innovations categories, we are having, you might either want to divert into real-time problem solving, or you might want to divert into market-oriented systems. And this could be either connoted in service delivery approaches. But then, when we come back now to the issue of solving and scaling, how are we actually providing the environment for these young people to actually scale and solve these solutions? Are we first intentional about the environment as investors? Are we the contributors of bureaucracies, to them acting as an impediment to their progress and, of course, contributing much to their slow growth rate or uptake of this innovation? The question we must ask ourselves, are we enablers of innovation, or are we deterrents of these innovations that are being generated? Lastly, we should be able to have this investor-young people relation or investor-youth relation. The reason I'm saying this, human beings are the enablers of opportunities. Today I'm here. If I meet Professor Alex, he's someone who knows someone who can lead to somewhere. And if I package myself as a young person very well with the idea that I have, and I normally tell the young people, be ready. Have a pitch deck that can, of course, last for 5 minutes. When you meet someone like Prof here, in the next 3 minutes or 4 minutes, you should be able to know who you are, what you are doing, why you are doing it, and who you want to actually access to be able to help accelerate that which you are actually doing. Besides that, as I, of course, unpack on the investor-youth relation, the engagement process that, of course, we are here as a result of AMEC. This engagement process provides a platform that brings both, it reduces the bureaucratic nature of engagement. You know, when you have a CEO here, high-level CEO, you are able to access them just where they are, rather than when you have to seek a direct appointment to be able to have a one-on-one engagement. So having much of this engagement will actually foster more direct contact of engagement, but also foster direct practice of communicating what these innovations are being generated. And more so, like today, the young people are going to generate and share these ideas that have been proposed or they are working on. So the question we must be asking ourselves, are we going to be enablers, or we are going to be deterrents to these innovations? But most importantly, I want to, of course, share this to the young people. You come up with a beautiful idea, solid idea, and you believe in it, but then you go to an investor or you approach a potential support system, but then they tell you, we can't fund you. The idea is not you actually now packaging all that you have and keeping it behind you. You should be persistent. And I'm using this in the context of, for the founders and for the founders and those in business, I'll use 3 words in Swahili. There is kichaka, and there is msitu, and there is bustani. Whenever you're starting a business or a venture, you have to undergo those 3 phases. So with the kichaka, you kind of don't know yourself, but you kind of have a rough idea. Then you move to msitu. At least there's some organization and some clarity, but then still you are not really getting it. Besides that, now you go to bustani, which now at least now someone is able to exactly pinpoint the problem and the issue that you are trying to come to address exactly. And so what I will actually encourage in those 3 stages that I've shared with us, it calls for consistency. It calls for motivation. Why are you motivated to do what you're doing? And besides that, it calls for passion. When you love what you do, you'll attract the systems to support what you're doing. And so with all that, my clarion call to the youth, don't wait for the seat at the table. Instead, create that table when the table does not accommodate you. Finally, for our CEOs and the investors, The talent pipeline isn't a risk to be managed. It is the highest yielding asset in your portfolio. All these that you are having today in your presence, and of course for your reviews and considerations, all these are opportunities that should be taken with a lot of advantage for your success and progress. And with all that, I want to thank you so much for giving me a listening ear, and I want to wish you a good time as you progress with the remaining part of the program. And I'm looking forward to engaging with you at Green Space Action Program for the Innovators. We have a program that we are generating with a partner from Nigeria, Zion Tech Hub, Builders of Africa. We are going to enroll a hackathon program on climate smart agriculture targeting African countries. So in the month of April from 20th to 27th, be sure to check our website and social media to apply. Thank you so much, and I love you all.
Thank you, Hudson. Thank you for your time. So we have heard about credibility with the first speaker, the capability. We're supposed to do a comment by Dr. Oresi on commercial viability, just 3 minutes, so that we call the innovators as we usher in the next presenters. Just a comment.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols preserved. I'm here to speak about the commercial viability. And because of time, I will only give you the key highlights, because I know it feels like that double lesson that we used to hate of maths in the afternoon, but you'll bear with us. Now, innovations that we are talking about, when innovations are done, we need to know that they are not just for prestige. They are supposed to be commercialized. So this is specifically to the innovators. And the question that should ring first is that does this make business sense? So because of that, your decision will be based on the return on investment, the growth, which is also known as scalability, and the risk management. There are 3 conditions for commercial viability. One is market relevance. 2 is the economic value. And then the third one is scalability or growth. So when addressing risk, you have to look at the high upfront investment in innovations, the long development cycles, then the uncertain outcomes. In mitigating this, you start with controlled pilots. You also measure outcomes quickly. You scale only where value is proven. And a quote on that is said that you are not being asked to take blind risk. You are being offered managed opportunity. So you should not take blind risks, but take managed opportunity. You are offered managed opportunity. Now you realize that maybe few of us went to school during the times when we only knew about inventions, not innovations. So we were not even taught on how to think. So we never thought of innovations, but maybe there were inventions. So and so invented this and that. But now things have changed. We are on innovations and not much of inventions. Now, innovation alone does not change the world. What changes the world is commercialization. A brilliant idea without commercialization is like a seed without soil. It is not enough to discover. We must deliver. Commercialization ensures that intellectual property is protected. Without commercialization, Even the most brilliant ideas remain locked in laboratories and boardrooms. Hence, commercialization is the discipline of turning ideas into value. Commercialization is the discipline of turning ideas into value. And by value, maybe we mean, you can innovate something that is good, but if it does not add value, then it is useless because it has to have some utility. Investors, governments, and partners do not commit resources based on passion alone. Investment logic is the language of confidence. It transforms interest into commitment. And then there is the deal driver. It is the spark that ignites action. The reason stakeholders move from hesitation to bold decisions. My call today is that let us not only celebrate innovation, but let us demand its commercialization. Let us not only seek investment, but let us insist on investment logic. And let us always act on the deal drivers that define our time, because in the end, it is not invention alone that changes the world. It is invention commercialized with rigor, financed with confidence, and driven by urgency. That is how we build ventures and endure. That is how we create markets that prosper. And that is how together we shape the future of global commerce. In closing this, we will have some few quotes that I will leave you with. Quote number 1, it's not innovation alone that changes the world. It is innovation commercialized with discipline, financed with logic, and driven by urgency. 2, innovation is the currency of competitiveness. 3, investors back logic, not just ideas. 4, innovation only matters when it becomes adopted, applied, and scaled. Then the closing line is that together we shape the future of global commerce, and that is the opportunity before us today. Because I think my 3 minutes are over, maybe we will request the management to share the notes that I had, maybe so that the participants can read more on what's on an elaborated slide. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Daktari. That's awesome. For any Mwalim, you have to get home some notes, is it? Anybody else who stood here never gave us notes, but Daktari, you will share. A big thank you. So we have come to the next stage. We will now showcase a select number of innovations that are validated, practical, and ready for pilot and scale. So as you listen, please consider a few things, 3 things. 1, does this solve a real problem in your organization? Can this be piloted within 90 days? Or what would it take for you to partner? Hello? Hope you've noted that. I want to invite the innovators in this order. I want at least to have 4 at the stage at a time. So I want to invite Ian. Ian is part of AMEC. He is one of us. He is an innovator within AMEC. What an opportunity to see what our host has for us and how innovation is working within. The next person is Amos Ndongo. Please come on stage. He is an AIM AI system innovator. We want to hear what that is. We also have the third person, who is Jesse Mureithi. His innovation is about light detection using conveyors. Then we have the 4th one, at this point is Joseph Ndwiga. He is one of our students. in the Presbyterian University. He just graduated. He has come up with a radio transmitter. He's a radio transmitter from Mount Elgon. He'll tell us where he is at. Meanwhile, as they come, please come on stage because of the interest of time. And each one of them has 2 minutes and a half so that we save on time. Thank you, thank you. Ian, take it up. Have your seats as you take your turns. Let's appreciate the innovators.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm called Ian Onyango. I'm a software developer from iSoft KE. So basically what we do and what I do is automate the processes of businesses. So we are basically trying to reduce the manual workflow of businesses, from payment integrations to sales to marketing, etc. So we are a member of AMEC. So we've been powering the digital innovations of AMEC, including the recent Vanguard Awards platform, the voting platforms. So you are the one who are powering the voting platform that AMEC was running. So we were able to come up with some digital infrastructure for AMEC. So it's called the AMEC Digital Trade Chamber. So this is the website, as you can see it. So it's a chamber where people can interact with each other. It's a B2B chamber. So it's a B2B cross-trading platform and automation chamber where businesses can interact with each other and do businesses within the portal, all automated within worldwide. So on the chamber we have different modules. So we're covering 186 countries, and inside the 186 countries we have different businesses. So on the businesses they are verified. So we have the KYC and KYB verification. We also have the anti-fraud AI check, and then we have the credibility index, and then we have the trade compliance, and then we have the marketplace. You can go to the marketplace tab. So we have the marketplace where the businesses or the suppliers can list their products. From here you can see what they have done. So we have some few products that have been listed on the marketplace section. And then you go to the intelligence. So you can have the intelligence where you can ask the AI some questions about what's going on the worldwide trade, and then it can show you, it can be able to answer what you ask the AI. Yeah, so the platform is already on the beta stage. We are currently testing it. So I'm also inviting you to join the platform and then start interacting with the modules that are there. We have very many modules, but today I was only concentrating on the business registry and the marketplace module. So the platform is AI enabled and also it's blockchain enabled. The records are immutable. Yeah, so basically that's what I do. So I basically help businesses to automate their processes and reduce the manual workflow and day-to-day activities within their organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Let's appreciate him more. I think you did not ask people to give you business, do you? Do you want business?
Yes, for those in need of automations in their organizations, so depending on your organization, so you can reach out to me. So you can email me at info@isoftke.co.ke, or you can chat me on WhatsApp or call me or send me a text at 0795 28 99 68. Thank you.
He's still around. We'll do this more. Amos, take it up.
Hello, good afternoon. So my presentation today, or almost an innovation, is what I have been doing So firstly, I'm Amos Nongo. I'm currently an AI specialist for Transworld Radio and Ray AI. So Transworld Radio is a company, an organization that serves a holistic basis to actually provide radio to people in suburban regions. And Ray AI is actually a platform whereby they outsource VAs to other people. And currently my presentation today, I don't know if if it's not there. So basically, the system today is AIM AI systems, and AIM has a meaning and understanding of four. And what actually, some basic facts is that about 42% of the country today has interacted with ChatGPT and AI models. And about 96% of organizations have actually thought or even mentioned the word AI in the organizations and how to implement it in their businesses. But only about 26% have implemented this physically and working, and it's actually working within organizations. So how do we solve this, and how do we ensure that Kenya, we are one of the first, we are on the top priorities of actually implementing AI in our businesses? So what actually I would say AIM stands for is audit, implement, and maintain. Audit your workflow processes. This is actually what I've been doing for Transworld and Ray AI. You audit your workflow processes, audit your operations, audit your B2B sales, and audit every other manual work that you're doing. Then you actually do the next step, which is actually to implement. Set measures, set KPIs, set the required outputs that you need at the end of the day, at the end of the month, or the project timeline that you do have. And lastly, will actually to maintain, having retainers to actually ensure that you don't fall behind. We have over 10,000 tools today. There is ChatGPT. Today, cloud is better. Tomorrow, something else will be better. But you can't keep on following up on this information every day. You need someone to help you with that, and someone to actually build automations with N10 and build the tools that can actually do this for you. So, and that is what actually AIM stands for. You audit your processes, you implement, then you maintain. So my question for you today will be, what is that one bottleneck? Oh, but firstly, how many of you are implementing AI in the organizations today? Yeah, the number is so few, I can see a hand. So actually that's where the problem is. AI is here already. People are already using it at a personal level, but how are we using it as an organizational level? So if you need such services, and if you need to find this, and actually if it's a partnership opportunity, and there are very many revenue streams from these processes. You can have audit reports, you can do audit reports for people, you can actually have implementation projects and timelines for people, you can also have retainers, and you can also do execution training for people to understand how they use AI and actually improve performance basis on the organizations. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jesse. I'm a mechatronics student in Kiambu National Polytechnic. I have developed an interest in mechatronics since I was young, and I have really taken initiative since high school doing projects, and it has come and in our school we have a dual training program where we go one semester in school and another semester in the industry. And during that my time in the industry, I got a few problems that the industry might be facing, and we might, as young innovators, we might be able to help Kenya and the region. Now, my solution was an intelligent automated sorting system, currently under development. We have already done in terms of like the physical automation, and now integrating AI to the system. Now, this system was engaged when I was in the industry. I got to know professions and understand the skill gap that we have here in the industry, and where I want to specialize, that is in industrial overall equipment effectiveness of industries and manufacturing system architecture, where we design our own systems as Kenyans to help us in production and getting information for faster output and also create job opportunities. Yeah. This system involves industry. Currently, the industry that Kenya is in, we are industry 3, heading to industry 4. And now the global industry perspective is most of them are anticipating to go to industry 5. Industry 5 is an industry setting where factories and where machines and human beings co-work together and build and produce products in large scale. My system architecture is I use now the system, it has 2 areas, section A and B. Section A is metal sorting and section B is it has section A and section B, where section A we are separating the metals and non-metals. Section B sorts the color of the plastics. Now, between section A and section B, we do have a robotic arm where it places, it removes the plastics, now the colored plastics from the section A to section B. Now this is the architecture that we are using a PLC controller, ESP32, Node-RED HMI for remote communication, and MATLAB analytics for analyzing the systems. I hope I'm not getting.
So you will be able to see this possibly in the interest of time. We are pressed on time, and I believe you can see it's an innovation which is excellent. Mnajua, engineers don't get to talk too much, is it? Let's appreciate him. Yes, so Joseph, please, in a minute, 2 minutes, because we have other presenters. Thank you. If you have a presentation for any of the people I say, please project it.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. My name is Joseph Ndia, a teacher by profession. I teach biology and chemistry, but I love innovation. So my innovation was about radio transmitter. Do you listen to radio? Everybody listen to radio, okay? So my radio transmitter, I came up with this innovation. And I have some things to solve in the real world. And one of these, as we are going to AI, we are forgetting we have people who don't have smartphones. Okay. What we need is a radio so that the information can reach to them in the marginalized areas. So the aim of this community radio, one is to champion the climate change advocacy and sustainable agriculture among marginalized communities. We are talking about agriculture. In Kenya, this is the key factor, the agriculture. How will these people know about these subsidy fertilizers that are being produced? It is through this community radio. Then we have education campaigns. That is why we are broadcasting programs to climate smart agriculture, renewable energies adoption, and climate change adaptation techniques. So through this community radio, we can teach these people on how to use this smart agriculture. How do they practice this smart agriculture? Then we have to solve the unemployment. I've seen the speakers who have spoken before me. We have this unemployment. So we need to solve this Many people have certificates, they have degrees in the communication sector, but they don't have jobs. How do we do so that they can get this job through this community radio? Then providing our technical support to the radio station, reach and impact, including training in sustainable agriculture, environmental conservation, and advocacy. You see, there is the global warming. It is throughout cutting down of trees, burning charcoal, so it is affecting the environment. So we need to protect them. So what we need is, through this community radio, through this innovation, we can reach these people, educate them on how to conserve the environment so that we can reduce the global warming, which is affecting the weather condition in our country. So, yeah. Can you just play that video? Abhi, yeah, ready. Yeah. Just undo. Okay, sir. Yeah.
I wish we can get the volume. You can see it. Haina. Okay. Joseph did this. He's been doing a radio in Mount Elgon, is it? And it has been operational. He will tell you when you meet him when it is at. Rose and the team kindly come.
Yes. Anasema kuwa Ndiwa tangu akiwa mtoto mdogo alionyesha dalili za kuwa mvumbuzi. Ndiwa hakusubiri kuwa na vifaa vya kisasa, bali alijitengenezea njia yake mwenyewe ya kufikia ndoto yake ya kuwa na kituo cha redio. Sasa nimekuelekeza vitu zote na microphone na chatpin ya simu. So nikichezesha wewe kwa chatpin inakuambia ma transistors, ma resistors na capacitors. Ndio unaenda radio waves. Ndio inakuwa transmitted. So tuko kwa studio huko kama ilivyo katika vituo vingine. Ndio wameajiri baadhi ya vijana.
Thank you. You have seen him there. He's already doing it. Let's appreciate that innovation. Please partner with him. When I called him, he said it's off because of a few things. He will tell you when you meet him if you're interested. These presenters, kindly, 2 minutes each. Just tell us, don't read. Tell us what you're doing, kindly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Rose Washera. I'm the founder of Bioma Foods, which is a haven for value addition and innovation. This is a company that deals with food processing, which right now we believe is the backbone or one of the pillars of the current current move towards food security in the country. So I'm grateful for this chance. I'm going to create a brief break between the other presenters, which was about tech, and now I invite you into value addition. So this is, be ready to listen to terms like food security and such terms. So this project is on dried fruits, the processing of fruits, also the season of fruits into dried fruits, which is a project that is going to enhance on their value, their longevity, and their shelf life. This is also going to be accompanied by other projects, but today I'm focusing mainly on dried fruits, which from then we can produce products that are safe for, that can be able to reach to international market, that is export markets, through their extended shelf life. On the other side, we are also going to create an impact to the community. As we know, most of the fruits, and especially seasonal fruits, we saw what happened during the mango season in Makueni. We had tons and tons of mangoes going into losses. So that is one of the projects, one of the downsides that we are going to address. However, like any other new entrepreneur, one of the major challenges that we are facing right now is funding, and that is why I'm calling upon any investor or partners to come and invest in these projects, which is investing in a real problem and providing a practical solution. So every member, the AMEC members, and any other collaborators, you are so welcome to invest into this project. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Nduta, a food scientist and a founder of Tavid Foods, who is, I'm mostly passionate about food innovation and development, and especially in the utilization of the underutilized foods, which are locally available. Over 90% of snacks in Kenya are unhealthy, yet there is a increase of consumer demand for more healthier options. So as Tavid Foods, we are addressing this gap by producing bamboo-enriched cookies made from locally sourced bamboo. Made from locally accessible bamboo shoots, which are rich in fiber, essential nutrients, and minerals. The product offers a unique value proposition by combining health, taste, and sustainability, making our cookies a healthier alternative to conventional snacks without compromising on taste. The market opportunity is significant with a healthy snack sector in Kenya projected to grow by over 35% in the coming years. While bamboo cookies are our entry product, our long-term strategy is to develop a full line of bamboo-enriched functional foods, for example, yogurt and healthy snacks. We are therefore inviting investors and potential partners to scale our bamboo-based line, helping in market penetration and distribution, as well as supporting the innovation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Wamboi, a data analyst stroke science student. My mine is just to say about sales and profitability analysis dashboard. Just that says my goal was just to understand why some businesses make strong sales but still experience low profit. So after building the dashboard using Excel, SQL, and Power BI, I came with the insight that businesses should focus. My insights were that with the data I used, that the sales increased over time, meaning that the business also grew over time, and also high discounts also reduce profitability in a business, and also different classes of shipping also direct and affected sales differently, and also different regions and also customers contributed to more profit or either losses to the company. And to answer the problem, if this analysis can solve the problem in a business, it is a yes, because it addresses all real business problem. That is what drives sales and profitability, and many businesses generate high sales but struggle with low profit because of pricing, discount levels, or operational costs. And to implement it, you need to work with the finance department, the sales department to get this data, and to also have a perfect dashboard. So my final thing is, using data analysis, businesses can make better and understand performance trends and make better decisions that improve sales and profit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it's been fast because of our time, but I want to invite one last person. I know I had promised more time for David Kariuki come over. David is working with one of my colleagues who is abroad doing his studies. It's a project that has taken 7 years. He will tell us in 2 minutes what it's all about. But the beauty about David, he works with innovators in our institutions and is able to help them get it right. So he will tell us in 3 minutes so that we are able to move. Thank you. Let's appreciate David.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Karaoke. Sorry. I'm a founder and a partner with very many students in this country. I identified this opportunity in terms of where we are going as a country and where we are as a country and where we are going as a country. My challenge from beginning was how things are addressed locally and how things are addressed internationally. We have a gap in the industry and academia, and which I stepped in to the ability in the retro steps that I was able to do to enhance the student, bring up their thoughts, articulate them in a way that they're able to process to give a product. By that, I have helped so many students, and amongst them is one of the product I have. I have a product for one of the students here whom was able to achieve a patent, and I have kept it very, very, very integral to myself, and I have kept advising him on the way forward. But unfortunately, in one way or the other, it was not able to see the light of the day, and we are still hopeful someone from here, and even beyond here, we can also partner. By this, I want to present a project for the impaired, visually impaired persons, and in this case happens to be Mr. Nicholas Osoro. He's currently pursuing something in South Africa, and I want to show you this is something we did in a very basic way, and it means a very simple item in terms of look, but if you look at it, I have some 2 sensors here. I'm representing this on behalf of Osoro. He has not fully impaired, but he has a small challenge, which he has overcome. But this is a blind stick, which is a smart eye, which will tell you there is an object ahead of you from 5 meters closer, because when you're walking, you need to know who is ahead or what's the object ahead of you, so that you can either navigate or hold for you, because this is an impaired person we are talking of. So he's holding this stick and finding his way, and this system we were able to integrate GSM. It was able to give voice over the ears, so that if there is this tool ahead of me, it's in form of an object, it's able to tell you there's an object ahead of you, maybe 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, or 20 centimeters. It has that accuracy. I have kept it very simple, very basic, because I want to simplify things. For the youngsters who are coming up, you can see them here, they don't have to think complex to solve simple problems. You need to go simple and then grow, so that you're able to advance, so that you're able to catch up with other countries. Because if we don't do it ourselves, we remain subordinate of the countries that are doing it themselves, and we remain recipients of their technology, which we have invested also. That is, this project is up for partnership. Whoever want to partner, we are working on another model, which has to integrate cameras and reader sensors for us to be able to commercialize this. We are ready and open to partner whoever want to invest in this. So everyone is welcome, partner with us, and thank you so much for AME coming in for us and working, and we are going to be fostering the way forward about this. So any other person is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, David. David has a lot of innovations himself. He has done. Kindly engage him, and I believe you will be able to get something. Look at what you can be able to, work for whatever your ideas are, whatever you believe in. If it's there, please partner. Today, then, we will not invite questions. We'll invite the CEOs and the investors to go to our students and see how to partner. If you want to support in any way, this is welcome, and this is a beginner. And this is the first time we're doing this. We promise next year we'll involve other countries, and we'll go wider, and we'll structure it in a better way, so that we can even do before you come, so that you're able to know what to expect, and then we'll be able to set it up in a decent way. Allow us to do this, and forgive us if we didn't do it to your best way, because it is the beginning. And you can see our students, the way they're coming up. So as a wing of education in AMEC, we will put them together well, because now they haven't belonged, they're not members. When they do, then we'll structure it in a better way. Please partner with AMEC to make innovation for students a great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Salome. Let's clap for her once again. Thank you so, so much. That was amazing. And for the innovators, we really applaud you. That was great. That was amazing. Let's keep doing this. It's out of that we do business. Is that not so? Isn't it? Yeah, it's out of that we do business. So I want to take this opportunity now to just allow us to have a short break, because a majority are already pulling this side. We just have a short break. In the meantime, we are testing videos that should be playing immediately. So as you take your tea, you can even come back in, and then we will immediately start that up. All right. T. Yes.
She can walk into a French-speaking country to business and walk into an English-speaking country to business. And that is what AMEC is supposed to do. Present you, if, for example, my work, what I do is if today I want to go to a country which speaks French, we'll be able to provide services for translation and interpretation in the conference, and we facilitate you in doing business with people that speak our languages. So that is something that we really have to so that at the end of the day, you are not limited in your own way of doing business because of that. I know AI has been coming up, but before AI can really master what people say in interpretation, we still have. As a matter of fact, we know now it is the level where it is able to do interpretation in real time. And there's still some challenges with context especially, but that will be eliminated in time. The next bit is AI picks and information from people and stores that, so that with the time you will be perfect and get to know if you have engagement in the context of this that we want to talk about the skill side. If it is engagement also, and so on and so forth. But for the time being, you know the document in seconds, but you'll have to so regional economic which is MESA, ICAS, MESA, SADC, IGAD, and EAC. In all these countries, AMEC should be able to facilitate you to do business because of knowledge. So I was excited I had somebody that person will be more comfortable to speak Portuguese and so we are not limited. We are provide a platform where you can do business. So let me the profile of the person online so that we can get his presentation. Before we done that, we listen to, we watch a video from him presentation. So this is Dr. Axel. Expertise in integrating ESG into financial systems, helping organizations build resilient, future-ready enterprises. His work focuses on transforming value chains through artificial intelligence, data-driven insights, and integrated impact accounting, enabling businesses to not only measure performance, but to redefine it. He is based in Dubai. He operates at the intersection of finance, sustainability, and innovation, advising on how organizations can align profitability with purpose while navigating global challenges such as climate risk, regulatory shifts, and stakeholder expectations. So without much ado, I would like to pass the mic or the floor to Dr. Marcel, who will take it away from here. I think we listen first of all to his video and then he comes on board. Is that so? Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon and jumbo to everyone in Nairobi and online. Peter, thank you for sharing the floor. I truly wish I were there with all of you to share this incredible energy during this 4th CEO Conclave. I'm joining you from the Netherlands today because as we speak, the engine room of a new partnership is already running. We want to share with all of you this new partnership, one that creates added value for AMEC and its members. It further strengthens the global partnerships across the various continents. My name is Marcel Jacobs, and together with the AMEC team, the AMEC board, and especially Peter Mutinda, we have created this strategic partnership. And thanks to Peter and his team, we have been able to finalize this before this CEO Conclave. So let me take you by the hand and guide you why ESG is so relevant and important, what's in it for you as an AMAC member. And in other words, welcome to the AMAC ESG Readiness Index launch. I hope you will enjoy, and if you have any questions, we will have a Q&A at the end of this session. What's going on? So when you open any newspaper, when you watch the news, whether it's the Financial Times, a local newspaper, or a local news channel, it has become so obvious the world around us is in a constant change. So think about globalization, geopolitics, supply chain disruption, extreme weather conditions, climate change disruptions, standards, whether they're voluntary or internationally, legislation, trade barriers, the list goes on and on. And whether we talk about the CSRD in Europe or the UAE Federal Decree 11, these are just two examples. The question is, why is ESG so important and so relevant? To all the CEOs in the room, let's be direct. The world of trade has changed. In the Africa, Asia, and Middle East corridor, a handshake and a solid history are no longer enough to win the biggest contracts. As of 2026, the global market has a new requirement: validated impact. If you cannot prove your ESG credentials, you are effectively invisible to $30 trillion in global green capital. It's waiting to be deployed. So what are you waiting for? I know some of you hear ESG and you think, oh, charity, tree hugging, it's so expensive. Or what about Western bureaucracy? Let's clear that up right now. ESG is simply a health checkup for your business. When we talk about environmental, the E, it's all about resource efficiency. Can you produce more with less, whether it's less waste or less energy? When we talk about social, social is about social license. Do the people and the communities you rely on really trust you? And what do you think about governance? The G, governance is the bridge of trust. Is your leadership transparent and ethical? In your corridor between Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, ESG is your green passport. It's that tool that prevents your exports from being hit by green tariffs and allows you to access loans with significantly lower interest rates. So that's why we have put here ESG in the center of this slide. And on the one hand, we see the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which actually bring the communication across the globe to a standard way of sharing and reporting. Whereas on the other part of this slide, you see standards and frameworks. They all have a different stakeholder group, a different topic, different requirements, and they are used to either by governments or your customers to report on, or by rating agencies to combine different sets of standards and frameworks to rate you, including their own rating agencies. So they all use different kind of settings, different kind of criteria to give a value about who you are, what you do, and how you act and interact in ESG. AMAC has recognized that ESG is very important for its members. And that's how we developed this partnership. And also we want to make clear to you why it's important to you as a member, how you can benefit from it. And that means we will provide support and guidance how you can manage and survive in this world of ESG. And that enables you to be fit for future. And you grow through those partnerships across the various continents. And how do you do that? You actually increase transparency across your value chain. And how do you do that? You do that through an open dialogue and maintaining stewardship. And as you are going on along the way, you increase maturity. And how do you do that? Through continuous improvement. That results in a structural value creation for you, for your people, for your customers, and for your supplier, which ultimately results in business continuity. If you do the right things for the right reasons, you will get the recognitions and the rewarding. And at the end, if you are outperforming on ESG or as a business, you will be very attractive to green investors. So we see a lot of win-win-win in this area. So let's go and dig a bit further into what it is, why we do it, and how we do it. Before we actually jump into the why and how, we want to say that we are not here to help you to check boxes. We are here to help you to measure money. we use the Integrated Impact Accounting Framework, the IIAF, to find the hidden balance sheet of your company. Most accounting ignores your greatest assets, like workforce resilience, or hides your greatest liabilities, like carbon debt. We translate those impacts into currency. We move you from a traditional financial EBITDA to an integrated EBITDA. This is how we prove to a sovereign wealth fund, for example, in Dubai, or a bank in Nairobi, that your company is a risk-adjusted, high-yield investment. And as you can see here on the waterfall, we have that gray barrier, which is the EBITDA of a company, and we see the increase and decrease in impacts, but ultimately, what you actually notice is that this company is 22% undervalued. I have a question. Do you know how much percent your company is actually undervalued? Or would you like to know how much it is? Wait, we'll come back to that. Why is AMAC doing this? Simply, AMAC sees an opportunity to support their members in becoming future-proof, resilient, and securing business continuity, or even in some cases open new markets. So think about market access. You avoid green tariffs in Europe or in the Middle East, and you attract new customers. You have access to cheaper capital. Think about green loans with lower interest rates. Or what about the green passport, which brings all your data together, creates a technical license to operate in the world's most lucrative trade corridors? What it means for AMAC members? Ultimately, it's simple about total cost of value, money, transparency, credibility, and continuity. When we talk about environmental resource efficiency, so how much more can you produce with less energy, with less waste, with less resources? In 2026, inefficiency is a cost you can no longer afford. Let's be honest about that. If you talk about social, your social license, do your workers or your community and your partners trust you? This is your insurance against supply chain disruption. And what about the bridge of trust? Is your leadership transparent? This is what investors look for before they sign that big check. We talk about the why, we talk about the what. So now it's time for the solution. It's about simplification, it's about credibility, it's about transparency, it's about standardized approach and easy manageable processes, reporting, and the ease of use for the people involved. So when we look at this, we try to provide a framework and a solution that enables you to manage the data in a smart way, that you control how you collect the data, that you know what kind of data to collect. We have a digital sustainability manager who's actually guiding you through the process. We think about regulatory mapping, what is relevant in the different regions, and we guide you on reporting. What kind of things do we need to collect in order to prepare for the reporting? We are so happy to officially launch the AMAC ESG Readiness Index today. But we believe in results, not just reports, and therefore are we opening applications for what we call the Champion 18, a select group of 18 pioneers to per sector and region who will set the gold standard and lead by example in this Asia-Africa Middle East corridor. And you will ask yourself, why should I join? So you have a priority or an opportunity to have access to new customers or markets and access to green investment opportunities. It could be part of your mission. Be the leader, be recognized, be the innovator. When we talk about this sector, are you in agribusiness, manufacturing, energy, logistics? You can benefit from this, whether you're in a joint initiative. What else can you do? How can you elevate within that industry? And of course, it's also about prestige. Who doesn't want to get rewarded and recognized at, for example, the next Conclave? Maybe you achieve the AMAC ESG Excellence Award because you're outstanding, you're a leading example within your industry or even within the whole member community. Yeah, that brings me to the strategic value life cycle. So we have 3 stages. Short term, the first 6 months, the midterm, which is actually months 6 to 18, and then we have the long term, around 18 to 60. When we look at the short term, it's really about setting the foundation. You understand what do you do, what should you do, and where are your opportunities through a gap analysis, which we actually transfer into an ESG passport. When we talk about the second stage, so the midterm, we start helping you to enable and identify access to green loans, but also understand what is it that they want from you. Where should you focus on? How can you monetize it further? And then we go to the third stage, which is the long term. It's all about valuation premium. We are helping you to uplift your enterprise value. We help you to identify your integral EBITDA, and we help you to position in market leadership. So you will be able to communicate in the right way with the right data, what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how you're doing it. So you can claim that, which gives you a better proposition to your existing customers, to new customers, and to new markets. Imagine turning ESG from a cost center to a profit engine. So quantifying the Green Passport advantage to AMAC members. That's what we want to do. So there are 4 benefit categories. We will have direct audit savings because we create one area where you capture all the data, and the people in the pilot, participating in the pilot, the Champion 18, they will get an immediate 25% discount on our service and our solution. Secondly, if we talk about cost of capital, you will see an interest reduction, and these are our average numbers. So for small SMEs, talk about roughly 1%. The big corporates, it's 1.25 up to 1.5%. And for the institutionals, it's a lower risk because of the increased value across their whole portfolio. They have better returns on investment. If we talk about tariff avoidance, so the better you know how your value chain is, the easier you can switch to an alternative supply chain. I think even these 3 to 5% export savings are on a fairly low level. And remember, the better your documentation is prepared, the faster you can move your goods, the earlier you get your money back. And what about operational yield? So think about energy and waste efficiency. 5% is absolute minimum, and there's a benefit for everyone. So please change your mindset. ESG is not a cost center. If you treat it right, it is a profit engine. Imagine in less than 6 months, you will celebrate, you will be recognized. What else do you want? As mentioned, ESG is not a cost center. We want to talk about premium value with you. So if you join the Champion 18 today, your 3,000 euro or your 12,500 euro isn't a fee. It's a strategic down payment that we expect to return at least 5 times in interest savings alone within the first 18 months. We are here to find hidden money on your balance sheet. I can't imagine that you don't want to be part of this ESG Readiness Index today. So sign up. It's that easy. Reach out to Peter or one of the AMAC staff during this conclave. And another thing you can do is reach out to us via esg@amac.org if you have any further questions or you want to know how you can join, what the next steps are. We are really forward looking to see you soon as one of the Champions 18. And remember, by the end of the year, you are on stage representing AMAC by whatever you're doing and how you're doing it. I'm representing Dutch Government as your guide on your own ESG journey, and we will help you and guide you in how you move ESG from a cost center to a competitive advantage. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out via esg@amac.org. Before we're heading into the Q&A, you might ask yourself, is this too much work for me? I would say, we use the data you already have. We are architects, not bureaucrats. Another question you might ask yourself is, why now? Simple, because the 2026 mandate is already here. If you want to join and become a champion 18, reach out to Peter and his team. You have 18 slots. Get in touch and turn your impact into your most bankable asset. So, Peter, the floor is yours. Let's make history together with your members and prove the world that this is a really incredible initiative, that it is driving the AMAC to the next level. Hello.
So he's coming live on the screen. If you have any questions, then and you would like to ask, then you can take the moment to ask questions. Any questions for him? Anybody with a question for Marcel is there? He can hear, he can answer any question, just in case.
No questions?
Just wait to his checkout. Any question? I'm looking for a hand. Good.
Hi, my name is Marinilla. Company is J&K Emerald. I'm an exporter in agricultural industry. So my main area of focus will be market access. We have so many platforms that offer market access, giving us all sort of datas and all. So what's the level of your accuracy in the kind of data collection that you have, and how do you go about the market access bit? How will I benefit as an exporter in this particular platform? That's one. Two, apart from market access, is it possible for us to get sort of market forecast just to understand the dynamics of the market in different regions, be it in Europe, UAE, Asian markets, name it? And are we limited to one specific industry, or we are open to different industries? If I'm interested in minerals or agricultural products, name it. Yeah.
I hope you can hear me, Marinelli, it was?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so first of all, let me thank you for the question. And it's not a platform that provides you direct market access. What the platform actually does, it collects information from you, from your partners in the value chain, and it creates transparency. And we only use data that you already have. So we use a lot of AI to collect information, and by doing that, we can give you a certain rating. So based on the rating, we can give you directions on what you need to improve and where you can improve, so you get better options, either to attract investments from better, more green-oriented investors, or you can lower the risk for an investor because you have a better outlook and a better forecasting. That's the first thing. Secondly, if we look to the increase in the number of legislations and standards, what we want to do is we want to enable you to have faster response to all these kind of requests. So if you get a customer request, why should you set up a separate system? So the idea is that we bring all the data together in one place, that you can reply to multiple requests using one single source of truth. That should provide you more access to different markets because you can respond faster to any customer, respond to a compliance response, to a standard response. That is the whole purpose of this exercise. So it is not that we have a platform for different markets. What we do is we try to enhance your credibility and your transparency beyond just the financial and the logistics. I hope that clarifies your answer a bit, or your question, sorry.
All right, thank you for that response. In that regard, how best then can I vet or verify some of these buyers? Is it possible to do that through this platform?
Yeah, so if we purely look to ESG data, so we talk about environmental, social data, there will be situations that we need to have on-site checks. You know, if we only go for uploaded information, there's a risk that there is falsified documents. And we will be limited by understanding what has been uploaded. So we will build in checks to make sure that we have credibility, and we will work with local partners who will do the site visit. It's not the idea that we extend extreme tough audits, but from a credibility point of view, we need to have some physical checks what's going on. And that's not a PO box that is sending us the information, which is generated by AI. You know, in the worst case, that could happen. So that it will have different levels, and it's a growth model. So to keep the cost low, we initially start with just sharing information, learning with each other, growing with each other. And of course, it's always the accountability and responsibility of the company who provides the data. I hope that
Thank
I
you.
see you nodding, so
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. Another question? Another question? Okay.
Hello, sir. Good evening. I wish to know where you have used this model already, and what have you seen? How are the people accepting it, and perhaps the period of time for us to see transformation or changes that you do refer to. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've developed a model about 8 years ago, and what we did is that was at the time when I worked at Royal Philips, we stopped auditing our suppliers. So the whole idea and the whole purpose behind this methodology is to respect every company has its own sustainability agenda, its own sustainability maturity, and measure the progress of an individual company or an individual value chain. So I have implemented that at Royal Philips, I've been doing that at Philip Morris and some other customers. The more advanced model, which is the financial valuation, that's the next level. And that's what we're testing in the last 12 months. So we're finalizing that. We're testing that currently on listed companies, but we have seen that with the right data, we can also do that on larger SMEs so that they can become more attractive for smaller investors. So if we look to institutional investors and even family offices, they are in general looking not only from a risk perspective, but also for forward looking. And the model that we have enables them to quantify and justify what is the predictive undervaluation of a company. And that also enables the different value chain partners to focus on the right things, driving their business and securing business continuity, and be attractive for investors. I hope that answers your question.
Another question? Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marcel. In your experience, what are the key conditions that allow a local platform partner, not only to enable the ESG compliance, but to capture a fair share of the value created, particularly beyond the implementation, at the level of sourcing, the data collection, and the long-term buyer relationship. Thank you.
Yeah, when we look at ESG, it brings together the environmental, social, and governance aspect. And to really identify the value, you need to understand, well, how is the value chain? What is the type of industry? What is the forecasting? What is the history? What is a certain amount of strategic partners that are part of that supply chain? So it is not just, okay, I have solar panels on my roof, I'm sustainable. That's not how it works. The model really looks to, if you look in agricultural business and you're in a water scarce environment, what do you do? Do you need to add more pesticides? How do you make sure you are forward looking? What do you do with climate change resilience? So it really looks integral, linked to the industry or the type of activities that you're in, the existence. So we also look into the legacy. Where are you coming from? Where are you today? And where you're heading into. So what is your purpose of your organization? What is the strategic direction? Is the sustainability or the ESG purpose linked to your business, to your core operations? How is it integrated in your core operations? Or is it just something you do for window dressing? And that is how the maturity is measured over time. So to be honest, it's very difficult for a company to score 100% because this is a continuous development and it's not something that stands still. If we look to the disruptions by the Ukraine war, if we look to what's going on in the Middle East, those disruptions, how can we predict that? And it's something it's almost unpredictable, but the question is, how fast can you change your supply chain? How fast can you switch to another supply chain model? It's all about being resilient. And I think in one of the earlier speeches that was said, it's how fast can you switch and collaborate with your partners to secure your business. That's all linked to innovation and sustainability, and that comes together. So the better you integrate ESG into your core operations in your strategic direction, the more value it will bring. And then it moves really away from a cost center, and it is generating the profit you're looking for. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, so my question is, when I maybe log into this platform, let's say I'm a business owner, and so are you saying that I'll be able to get information about my workforce, inventory, maybe profits and losses, all in this one platform? And maybe also when it comes to environmental, maybe degradation from what my factory does. So is this exactly what you're explaining?
That is not the initial intention of it. So, but if that is, let's say, a general recommendation or request from all the members, then for sure we will integrate that. But in general, what we do is see it like a box where you put in all the relevant documents, and we will ask you for invoices, policies, contracts, whatever you have, and then the system starts analyzing how you are performing on ESG. We are not performing your financial performance initially. That will be in the second step done. So first we want to understand how have you integrated ESG into your core operations? How do you deal with your customers, with your suppliers? That's the first step. And then the second step, we look on a high level of your annual financial performance. And if that requires more in-depth analysis, we will go with you into the lower level financial numbers. But it's not that we are going to keep all your data there for your daily operations, unless you really want that. We can talk about several.
So is it possible to have that later, if it's maybe requested? Is it possible to have that integrated?
Yeah, it's easy to integrate.
Okay.
Any other question? Any other question? So thank you very much, Dr. Marcel Jacobs, for your presentation and answering the questions. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. I think you've provided your website. I think anybody will be able to get in touch with you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and have a great afternoon and early evening to enjoy.
Thank
and
you.
I'm really sad that I could not be there.
You're welcome. We look forward to seeing you another time when you're able to come physically.
Of course, thank you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I would like us to do a small activity. If you can allow me, I would like us to count from 1 to 15, all of us at the same time. Just 1, 2, all the way to 15, please. It's an energizer. So let's see how far we're able to do. 1 up to 15, 1 to go. To get together. 1, 2, let's go. Very 15, up to 15. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to do it differently this time. We shall count one person at a time. We don't want to pick anyone who kicks off the counting. If 2 people say 1 at the same time, we'll repeat until the time we have somebody alone say 1, another one say 2. Any number mentioned twice or thrice by 3 people, more than one person, will come back to starting. Let me repeat that. We'll count one person at a time without necessarily picking who counts 1 first. Any time between 1 and 15, 2 or more than one person mentions that number, we come back to 1. And let's see how far we can go. So here we are free to start. When it comes to one person at a time, it's not easy because you have no control of another mouth, isn't it? And the other thing is, many a time, we think alike at the same time. I'm sure you know about social intelligence, where your brain is able to connect to another brain within the same vicinity, and you go to somebody and you ask them, there's something about you, why do you look so familiar? You talk, realize nothing at all, you don't know each other, but you can't explain why there is that connection. Anybody who can confirm that? Social intelligence. Yes. I'm sure even when you came in here, even today I saw someone, I was asking, why do you look so familiar? And we talked, we looked for anywhere we would have met. There was no connection. But I can't rule out the fact that I feel like I know this person. All right. So before we go to the next presenter, we have our sponsors at the back there. So let me just, when I mention one, please, let's have the people in that booth maybe lift up their hands or clap so that later you can go to these people and talk to them. Afrobarometer, where are you? Afrobarometer, where are you seated? They're not in the room? They left. Anyway, because they're part of our sponsors, let me read what they do. They're a research organization. They conduct public attitude surveys. They give informed problem solving based on data collected and analyzed. Building capacity is their area for survey research and quantitative analysis. They build partnerships of ecosystems, actors to disseminate data and analysis, and are specialized in studies for audiences based on need. I think they did their presentation in the morning. They'll still be there tomorrow, so you can still go to their booth and then engage with them. Then there is Avocap Asset Managers. Where are they? Please, clap so that people get to know where you are. No, them. Clap. Very good. You can hear their representatives are there. They provide bespoke investment solutions to redefine how wealth is protected and grown in a sustainable manner. That is achieved through money market, fixed income funds, equity funds, and multi-asset dollar funds. So if that is an area that is you're interested in, visit that booth, get to know them. And one of the things about networking, it goes beyond exchange of cards or even exchange of numbers, isn't it? If you exchange numbers and you don't follow up, there was no networking at all. Yes or yes? We were doing an activity the other day in a meeting, and we asked ourselves, how many numbers do you have on your phone? And people had more than 3,000 numbers. And we asked, how many of the people that are on your phone, in the night you had a challenge, can you call and say, hey, I'm stuck in such and such a place. Can you bail me out? How many, for example, in your phone? That's a question you do. That means having those numbers is not necessarily having a relationship that can graduate to the next level. So once you've exchanged numbers, follow up. Find out where can you connect, and not just where can you connect. Really connect and follow through. I can't wait to hear what I can do in Beira, Douala, Cameroon, what I can do in is it St. Louis in Mauritius? Yes, because I know Port Louis, yes. I know it was many years when I was there. But I'm interested in not just hearing somebody's from such and such country or such a place. I want to go there, eat what they eat, see what they do, and connect beyond that. Amani Link Staffing Company Limited. Are you there? Please just clap. It is them to clap so that they can draw your attention. You have an opportunity to clap for yourself. Very good. So Amani Link Staffing Company Limited are a healthcare recruitment and placement company based in Kenya. They serve international markets, improve livelihoods of the professionals who care for us in the hospitals. So if you want to connect with them, they're there. Follow up, find out what you can do together. Then we have got One Stop Career Agency. Thank you. Now let's do one thing, something. Let's clap for her. Thank you. Clap for yourself. Now, you know that very well, that you clapped better for her than yourself. Let's do that again. Clap for her. Thank you. Clap for yourself. You should always love yourself more than everybody else, because what you have is what you share. Is that so? I got a few yeses. At least there are people who agree with me. Then there is One Stop Career Agency. I think that's where we were. They are a human resource recruitment firm committed to sourcing employees and connecting them, or connecting the employees to employers, therefore creating job opportunities. I saw somebody who does this from Nigeria, and she has created a lot of jobs in the US by actually recruiting people from Africa and teaching them to speak English with an American accent. So that when that African employee speaks, you cannot distinguish between her accent and the people living in maybe, California. And I thought that was fabulous. Or was it fantastic? Or fabulous? Whatever it is. That was very innovative for me. So when you hear One Stop Career Agency, that should be something that you should think about. Then we have got Affordable Lands KE. Very good. They are. They're a real estate company that sells land in acres in the outskirts of Nairobi. real estate. I didn't know real estate is Spanish. So a real estate company that sells land in acres in the outskirts of Nairobi. I'm sure every country represented here, you've got people doing real estate in your company, or in your country. Then you have got Prive International. Prive. Clap. So that's where they are seated. They are a wellness, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Wellness, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So you need to get there and find out what they do and what you can pursue together. Then we have Britam. Britam, you have had some are seated here, the others at the back. In fact, can you lift the umbrella? If you can see that umbrella, it has got the name or the logo on that umbrella. We offer the following solutions: pensions, retirement package, education, savings, and insurance. If that is an area that you're interested in finding what to do, you can get in there. Then we have got Lavender Life Exporting. Lavender. Still within? Oh, they left. Anyway, so a member of Women in Business, they deal with leather, linen, and jewelry. Lavender Life Exporting. Then, oh, you're there. Oh, thank you. I didn't is C. I didn't is C. I couldn't see that. So please, can you clap then for yourselves? Yes, there they are. You can walk in there and find out what they do. Then last and not least is Lofty Cuban Investment Limited. Voila. So you can hear they have clapped for themselves loudly. They empower people to achieve financial freedom, and they make people rich and avoid poverty. That's a good statement. They empower people to achieve financial freedom, they make people rich and avoid poverty. So those are our sponsors. Can we give them a round of applause, all of them? And thank you very much. At this juncture, I would like to call upon my co-director, Flora, if she's there. Oh, very good. So thank you very much. I wish you a beautiful evening.
Thank you so much, Ben. Let's give a round of applause for Ben. And thank you for your patience. We started at 8 and I still have a good crowd. So that is very exciting for us because I'd like to give you the expectation of what to expect in the next 3 hours. And the reason why I'm saying 3 hours is because we have dinner. It's being cooked. And we hope that you'll be able to join us for dinner so that we can have a great networking session. We also have another exciting session. It's called the Leadership Vanguard Award, where we are going to reward people who've made groundbreaking innovations when it comes to impacting lives, when it comes to technology, when it comes to leadership. So this is really to excite you to stay behind. Have dinner with us so that we can network more, so that we can forge partnerships across continents. When we started with Kenya. Then we went to Egypt. No, sorry, I think we went to Angola first. Then we went to Cameroon. Then we went to Poland. We also went to Egypt. Then we went to Malaysia. We went to Ghana, Netherlands. Guess where we are going now? Kenya. We already did Kenya, and we are going to end with Kenya. Anyone else? We see who we can give an extra award token. It's in Africa. Mauritius. Who said Mauritius? Wonderful. I'll make sure you get something. Yes, we are going to Mauritius. And who is here with us? Her name is Kaswar Kudaruth. Despite what is happening across the globe, she made sure that she had to be in Kenya today. You know, flights have been in so much disarray since Trump disrupted our operations. But she was very committed to come here today and tell us a little bit about her business in Mauritius. Her name is Dr. Kaswar Kudaruth. I hope I've spelled it well. She's a Mauritian national. Her business is in Mauritius. She's a life coach. She's a physiotherapist and founder of Psychotherapist. Well, we'd like to learn more about psychotherapists. And she's the founder of Mount View Care Home. She's very passionate about helping individuals unlock their potential and lead purposeful impact lives. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Kaswar Kutaruth on stage. Okay, we can play the presentation slide.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's so good to be in Kenya. Kenya is one of my favorite places. I go to Ethiopia, I go to Uganda. That's where I met her. But Kenya has a special place for me. Like in my heart, it is special and it will remain special. So thank you for inviting me, Peter. Is he here? And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for making this event possible. So, okay. So yes, I am a life and business coach. I am an entrepreneur and author representing today One Planet Education Network, a company based in the US, a company that supports community development. I am also the director of a program for the empowerment of youth in agriculture and technological advancements. So we work to enhance and enliven the education experience of students through sensors and AI technology. By that, I mean that we have started with pilot projects in places that are very remote, rural. Disabled children were able to create sensors. I would really wish, Peter, if we could share that later on, the pilot projects where the children are able to assemble the sensors and use them. Yes? Thank you. So we find ways to empower existing communities with the latest information, remedial actions possible, programs, trainings, advanced equipment in the market. We will ensure that you have the latest technology at hand. No, yeah, okay, thank you. So usually I give an overview of the struggles in Africa. The struggles have been here for decades. Please, we want change. We want action. We don't just want documents. We don't just want theory. We want people to take action and to see what are the outcomes of their actions. So during the last decades, we see that availability and accessibility of data in Africa have been challenging and limited, very limited, despite governments have invested large amounts in infrastructure and technology, compromising developments in healthcare, environmental sustainability, and agriculture. We are still lagging behind. So let us be aware of that. Today we have to recognize the youth. Young people, please let us recognize the importance of data. Data collection is what will bring change to our communities, bring change to our lives, allow us to take actions, allow us to take actions that are adequate, on time, and for that place. We don't just want something that was used there and taken and replicated here without knowing what is happening in the baseline. We don't want that anymore. And I'm sure you will agree with me that a lot of that has been happening in Africa. So faster, with the technology, we now have faster transactions. Our services are accelerated. The products are delivered very quickly, guaranteeing authenticity in many areas, supporting emerging enterprises and businesses. Technology has allowed SMEs to survive, has allowed SMEs to grow from your home. Many people, many women especially from their home, are able, through technology, to earn a good living. So what's my point here is, for a better standard of living, for improved lifestyle, we need to address those challenges with the latest technologies. For us to bridge that gap, ladies and gentlemen, it can't be small things here and there. It has to be AI, it has to be machine learning, it has to be latest technological advances. Let us all agree here today. Do you agree with me? Yes. Okay. So now I come to open One Planet Education Network. So One Planet Education Network has been existing for a very, very, very long time. It's initiated in the US, but because of love of nature, wildlife, it has done enormous work in Africa. So we can say that at One Planet Education Network, technology meets sustainability. We explore predictive models. By that I mean, someone said data analysis a bit earlier. So we have all these tools to analyze data, to see trends, forecasts, to see what has happened years ago. We are able to collect data that are in universities, in papers, and again share that with students, share that with people who are using such information for forecasts, for trends, for better development and better understanding of the place they live in. That's very important. Let us make the effort to understand where we are and what we can enjoy or inherit, what we can take from where we are, from our place, our community, our country. Okay. So mainly our courses will consist of sensor construction and programming. You will have the design stage. Again, when I started, I said that the designs are made so simple that even the children with disabilities, children of 8 years old, were able to build those sensors. You will master circuit board layout and construction using easy-to-assemble sensor modules. With programming, I have done myself, because I've seen that so much. I said, okay, I've never done coding. Let me try coding. I've done coding, and I was so passionate about it. So I assure you that you will dive into coding, write efficient algorithms to collect data and process those sensor data as needed. And of course, there will be deployment with weather-proof enclosures. You will be able to deploy your completed sensors to monitor and relay data on local weather stations and measure, for example, for farmers, they can measure soil pH, they can measure atmospheric conditions affecting, for example, regenerative farming and much more. So the data analytics side, for the data analytics for real-world sensor data, you will have the part of data collection, where you will learn to gather data from various environmental sensors, ensure that the data quality are relevant, and you will be able to manage those large data sets effectively. So you will be assisted at all levels with different experts, depending on how far you have understood, how far you have reached. This is what we want to do. We want to make available, depending on your investment, depending on your love for what you are doing, depending on your abilities, where you have reached, your commitments, but we want to accompany you so that you reach your destination as desired. Then we have the analysis techniques where you will be able to master statistical methods and data visualization. You will uncover meaningful patterns in complex environmental data, so that's very deeper for those who want to know. And I also like that such practices is contagious. When one does it, a friend does it, a family member does it. And this is how empowerment, the ripple effect happens. And this is what we want. We want everybody to benefit. We want everybody to understand and everybody to participate, no matter the age. And then we have the interpretation part, where you will develop skills to draw, of course, actionable insights. What next? What was not done previously? Why did I choose such plant? Did I just plant this because it's been planted by my forefathers always? It's always been like this, so let me carry that. So the why, diversification, understanding why this has been, for those who are curious, for those who are passionate, you will be able to know that. And I think this is a fantastic adventure into our environment. Then, so the AI and machine learning part, which is very important.